In the summer of 1940, as Nazi Germany solidified its grip on Europe, Adolf Hitler began to dream of a future that stretched far beyond the continent's borders. A future not just of territorial expansion, but of racial conquest, where the Germanic peoples would rule over a vast empire, and the Slavic peoples would be subjugated, reduced to laborers in a new colonial system. This dream was encapsulated in one word: Lebensraum, living space. The East, with its seemingly endless expanses of land, would become the heart of Hitler's vision for a new world order. Hitler's fascination with the East had deep ideological roots, woven into his belief in racial superiority. To him, the lands of the Soviet Union represented both an opportunity and a threat. The Slavs, in his view, were an inferior race, whose vast resources could be exploited to feed the growing German population. At the same time, the Soviets, with their communist ideology, represented a political threat to Nazi fascism. For Hitler, the destruction of Bolshevism and the subjugation of the Slavs were not just military goals, they were the highest moral imperative, dictated by his distorted view of history. In Mein Kampf, Hitler had laid the groundwork for his ambitions in the East. He had written that the German people needed space to grow, and that this space could only be found in the vast, resource-rich lands of the Soviet Union. His vision was clear: Germany would carve out a greater Reich, expanding into the fertile lands of Ukraine, Russia, and Central Asia, lands that would provide food, raw materials, and oil to fuel the German war machine. The vast expanses of the East would become a source of economic dominance, ensuring Germany's survival for generations. By the end of 1940, as the dust settled after Germany's swift conquest of France, Hitler's attention turned eastward. His fascination with the Soviet Union had now transformed into an obsession. The success of the Blitzkrieg in France had cemented his belief in the power of lightning warfare, a strategy that he was now eager to replicate in the East. His idea of Lebensraum would not be achieved gradually, no, he envisioned a quick, decisive blow, a surprise attack that would overwhelm the Soviets before they could even mobilize. The planning for Operation Barbarossa, the code name for the invasion of the Soviet Union, began almost immediately after the conquest of France. Hitler's generals and the military command were initially reluctant to launch such a massive campaign. The Soviet Union, though seemingly weaker than Germany, was vast, and its resources were largely untapped. But the vision of German supremacy in the East was irresistible to Hitler. He was determined to destroy the Soviet Union and establish a new German empire in its place. The tension between Hitler and his military advisors began to mount as plans for the invasion took shape. The generals, though largely loyal to Hitler, had significant concerns. They knew that a successful invasion of the Soviet Union would require enormous manpower and logistical support, and many doubted that Germany's resources could sustain a campaign on the scale of Barbarossa. General Franz Halder, the chief of the German General Staff, voiced his concerns over the lack of proper preparation, while other officers, including Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, questioned the wisdom of opening up a second front so soon after the triumph in the West. They feared that an invasion of the Soviet Union would stretch the Wehrmacht too thin, especially after the rapid expansion of the German army and the constant demands of a war on multiple fronts. But Hitler's will prevailed. He had no intention of waiting for the right moment. His ideology demanded action, and the Führer, having tasted success in France, was confident that Barbarossa would be just as swift, just as decisive. He rejected the concerns of his generals and insisted on launching the invasion in June 1941, despite the advice of his military commanders. The plan was laid out: a three-pronged attack that would advance from the north, central, and southern fronts, with Leningrad, Moscow, and Ukraine as the main objectives. The Germans would advance rapidly, using the same blitzkrieg tactics that had overwhelmed France. They would encircle the Soviet forces, severing their supply lines and destroying them in the process. Leningrad was to be captured as a symbolic and strategic objective, while the capture of Moscow, the Soviet capital, would deliver a decisive blow to the heart of the Soviet state. Southern Ukraine, with its fertile lands and oil fields, was to be secured to provide Germany with the resources it desperately needed to sustain its war effort. The tone of Hitler's command was ambitious, even seductive in its allure. He spoke of glory, of victory, of a new world order where Germany would reign supreme. Barbarossa would not only crush the Soviet Union, it would redefine the world order, a conquest that would ensure Germany's dominance over Europe and beyond. The allure of conquest, the dream of a greater German empire, blinded them all to the reality of what they were about to face. As June 22, 1941, approached, the Wehrmacht prepared for a campaign that would stretch their forces to their limits and beyond. The excitement was palpable. The invasion of the East would be the final step in realizing the Führer's vision. There was no turning back. And yet, beneath the surface, the first signs of unease were beginning to show. The Soviets, despite their early struggles, were no easy target. And the vast expanse of the Soviet Union, its terrain, its winter, its sheer size, would soon prove to be a formidable enemy. But at that moment, as the Wehrmacht gathered on the borders of the Soviet Union, there was only one thing on everyone's mind: victory. The dream of conquest was real, and the Eastern Front was about to open. The wheels of war had already begun to turn by the time Operation Barbarossa was set into motion. The decision to invade the Soviet Union was one born of Hitler's unshakable conviction that Germany's future lay in the East, where Lebensraum, living space, awaited. With the success of the Blitzkrieg in Western Europe still fresh, the Wehrmacht was poised to undertake the largest invasion in military history, a campaign that would span 1,800 miles, across the vast plains of the Soviet Union. The Wehrmacht's preparation for the invasion of the Soviet Union was an awe-inspiring display of military might. 3 million soldiers, an army larger than any the world had ever seen, lined up along the border, ready to carry out Hitler's ambitions. 3,000 tanks, each a symbol of Germany's technological superiority, stood poised for battle. Alongside them, 2,000 aircraft, part of the Luftwaffe's vaunted air superiority, would provide the swift air cover that had been the hallmark of the Blitzkrieg. The German military machine, honed through years of victories, had become the epitome of efficiency, with every part of the operation meticulously planned. The expectations were nothing short of grandiose: a swift and decisive victory that would break the Soviet Union in a matter of weeks. However, the scale of the invasion came with its own set of challenges. While the German high command saw this as a chance to finish off the Soviet Union once and for all, they vastly underestimated the resilience of the Soviet people and the true extent of their military capacity. The Germans had crushed the forces of Poland, France, and the Low Countries, but they were about to face a very different adversary in the Soviets. This would not be another Blitzkrieg campaign. This was total war, and the scale of the Eastern Front was beyond anything the Germans had previously experienced. The early optimism that permeated the German command was born out of a deep overconfidence. The belief in the invincibility of the Wehrmacht was so ingrained in the minds of the German leadership that they failed to recognize the strength of the Soviet response. Hitler himself believed that Bolshevism would collapse as soon as German forces advanced, that the Soviets would be unable to organize a coherent defense against the might of the German war machine. In his mind, the Russians were weak, backwards, and ripe for conquest. He thought that once the German forces made their push into Soviet territory, the Soviet government and army would disintegrate. But this belief in Soviet fragility was shattered even before the first shots were fired. As the Wehrmacht surged forward, they quickly found that the Soviets were not just defending their homeland, they were also mobilizing for total war. The sheer scale of the Soviet response took the Germans by surprise. In the face of the invasion, the Red Army, initially caught off guard, quickly regrouped and began to utilize scorched earth tactics, pulling back and destroying everything in their path to slow the German advance. They flooded their own territory, burned crops, and dismantled railways to deny resources to the Germans. The Soviets were playing a long game, knowing that their vast territory and endless manpower could outlast the Germans. The Germans, in their rush for victory, failed to recognize the Soviet resolve. They had expected to achieve a decisive victory within a few weeks, but the Soviet surprise, their ability to adapt, their willingness to sacrifice, and their deep roots in the land itself, took a toll on the German forces. Instead of swift victory, the Germans found themselves bogged down in long, brutal battles where their speed and tactics were no longer effective. The Wehrmacht's overconfidence in their ability to dominate the Soviet forces began to falter, and the truth began to set in: this war would not be over in a few weeks, it would be a long, drawn-out conflict, and Germany would pay a steep price for its hubris. Yet even as the Soviets began to regroup and mount fierce resistance, the German army pressed on with the initial phases of the invasion. The three-pronged attack, aimed at Leningrad, Moscow, and the Caucasus oil fields, began to unfold. But the deeper the Germans moved into Soviet territory, the greater the challenges they encountered. The vast distance, the harsh climate, and the well-organized Soviet defense turned the invasion from a swift attack into an endurance test. The Luftwaffe, once a symbol of German superiority, could no longer guarantee dominance over the skies. Soviet aircraft, though fewer in number, fought back fiercely, while the German supply lines grew ever more stretched. The Soviets proved to be resilient, with Stalin's orders to defend the motherland galvanizing the people, who fought not just as soldiers but as citizens determined to protect their homes from the invaders. As the Wehrmacht pushed deeper into the Soviet heartland, they began to understand the magnitude of the task ahead. The Germans' expectations of a swift victory had been replaced by a harsh reality. The Soviet Union, once seen as an enemy to be easily conquered, now stood as an immovable wall, its vast resources and resolve too much for the German forces to overcome in a single campaign. The early successes of the Blitzkrieg would soon give way to a bitter, grinding battle for survival on the Eastern Front. At 3:15 a.m. on June 22, 1941, the silence along the vast eastern frontier shattered. 1,000 cannons roared to life, shaking the ground as Operation Barbarossa, the largest invasion in human history, began. From the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south, more than 3 million German soldiers surged forward, accompanied by their allies from Finland, Romania, and Hungary. The dawn sky over Eastern Europe lit up with the fire of artillery, the droning of bombers, and the thunder of panzer divisions rolling eastward. The Wehrmacht, with its lightning war doctrine, Blitzkrieg, had already crushed the armies of Poland and France, and now it turned its fury upon the Soviet Union. Hitler's generals believed they were witnessing the start of a campaign that would reshape the world. Within days, the German High Command reported immense progress. The Luftwaffe dominated the skies, destroying Soviet airfields before most Soviet pilots had even reached their cockpits. Over 1,500 Soviet aircraft were destroyed in the first 24 hours. On the ground, German armored divisions, sleek, fast, and lethal, cut through Soviet lines with frightening precision. The early days were defined by massive encirclements. German panzer groups under Generals Guderian, Hoth, and Hochner moved with clockwork precision, outflanking and surrounding entire Soviet armies. At Białystok and Minsk, the first great pockets formed. Within 2 weeks, over 300,000 Soviet soldiers had been trapped. The German Army Group Center advanced nearly 400 kilometers, swallowing resistance and leaving destruction in its wake. Villages burned, rail lines were severed, and captured Soviet columns stretched endlessly into the horizon, hungry, broken, and stunned by the speed of the assault. To the world, it looked as though Germany's Blitzkrieg was unstoppable once again. The Soviet command structure, unprepared for the scale of the invasion, descended into chaos. Communication lines collapsed, and Soviet field officers received little to no instruction from Moscow. In some sectors, entire units disappeared without a trace, either wiped out in battle or encircled in the vast plains of Belarus. Soviet soldiers, untrained and under-equipped, were thrust into battle against one of the most experienced and mechanized armies on Earth. For the Germans, it was intoxicating, victory seemed effortless. By early July, Hitler's generals were reporting the capture of over 500,000 prisoners and the destruction of thousands of Soviet tanks and aircraft. The speed of the advance left even the most seasoned officers stunned. General Heinz Guderian, commander of the Panzer Group II, described it as a march through open gates. Soviet defenses, though fierce in moments, were brittle, cracking under the relentless assault. The Wehrmacht's 3 army groups advanced like claws tearing into the body of the Soviet Union. Army Group North, under Field Marshal Wilhelm von Lieb, drove toward Leningrad. Army Group Center, commanded by Fedor von Bock, cut a direct line toward Moscow, and Army Group South, led by Gerd von Rundstedt, swept into Ukraine, the breadbasket of the Soviet Union. Everywhere the Germans went, they left devastation, fields burned, towns leveled, and rivers choked with the wreckage of war. To the German command, it seemed that Hitler's prophecy was being fulfilled. His dream of crushing Bolshevism and expanding the German Empire into the East appeared within reach. The Soviet collapse seemed imminent. Even Hitler, who had initially feared the campaign might last into winter, began to believe it would end within 10 weeks. On July 3, as he addressed the German people, he boasted that the Soviet army was already annihilated and that the enemy's backbone had been broken. The Führer's confidence swelled with every report of another Soviet city taken, another army surrounded. But beneath the triumphant headlines and radio broadcasts, the first cracks were forming. The speed of the Blitzkrieg, which had brought so much early success, also strained the German supply lines to breaking point. Fuel convoys struggled to keep up with the panzers racing ahead. Ammunition and rations lagged behind. Soldiers began to notice that the further east they advanced, the worse the roads became, muddy, uneven tracks instead of the paved highways of Western Europe. Vehicles broke down more frequently, spare parts were scarce. Meanwhile, Soviet resistance began to harden. The initial panic and confusion gave way to grim determination. Stalin, who had retreated into shock during the invasion's first days, re-emerged and delivered a fiery radio address to the nation. Comrades, citizens, brothers and sisters, the enemy has invaded our homeland. We must destroy the invaders to the last man. These words galvanized the Soviet people. Factories were dismantled and relocated deep into the interior, beyond the reach of German bombers. New divisions were raised almost overnight. In cities like Smolensk, Kiev, and Leningrad, Soviet soldiers and civilians fought side by side, digging trenches, building fortifications, and preparing for the coming storm. Yet the Germans pressed on, blinded by success. In the first 2 months, the Wehrmacht advanced 500 miles into Soviet territory, faster and farther than any army in history. The red banner of the USSR fell from dozens of cities, replaced by the swastika. The generals believed that by autumn, the campaign would be over. But the further they pushed, the more they underestimated the enemy they were fighting. The Soviet Union was unlike any other nation Germany had faced. It was not just an army that had to be defeated, it was a continent, vast and unyielding, capable of absorbing terrible losses and still fighting on. Behind every destroyed division, a new one was forming. Behind every burning city, another lay beyond the horizon. By late summer, the German advance began to slow. The vast distances had stretched their logistics to the limit. Their soldiers, exhausted but still driven, began to ask the question no one dared voice aloud: where does this end? But for Hitler, there was no question. Victory was assured. The East would fall just as the West had fallen. To him, the speed and momentum of the Blitzkrieg were proof of destiny, the destiny of the Third Reich to dominate the world. What he could not see, what none of them could yet grasp, was that this same relentless forward motion, this unbroken wave of conquest, was driving Germany toward a disaster far greater than any it had ever known. The lightning war that had conquered Europe was now marching into the storm of the Russian heartland, where the flames of victory would soon meet the frozen edge of defeat. By late summer of 1941, the thunder of German tanks rolling across the plains of the Soviet Union had begun to fade. The lightning advance that had carried the Wehrmacht hundreds of miles into Soviet territory was now slowing, bogged down not by enemy strength alone, but by the sheer magnitude of the land itself. What had begun as a campaign of speed and precision was turning into a struggle against distance, logistics, and the elements. The first signs of overreach were beginning to show. The German war machine, built for short, decisive campaigns, was not designed for the endless expanse of the East. The Soviet Union was not France. The terrain was vast, the roads primitive, and the distances almost beyond comprehension. What looked like a quick victory on Hitler's maps now stretched into an unending horizon of mud, dust, and exhaustion. As the panzers surged forward, the supply columns lagged far behind, trapped in a nightmare of bottlenecks and broken roads. The logistical strain was relentless. Every mile gained came at the cost of fuel, rations, and men. The Wehrmacht's trucks, overworked and underserviced, began to fail by the thousands. Spare parts were scarce, and the supply depots were left hundreds of miles behind the advancing front. German soldiers found themselves running out of everything: ammunition, food, even boots. What had once been a mechanized army was now forced, in many sectors, to rely on horse-drawn wagons to move supplies. The empire that had conquered Europe now struggled to feed and fuel itself on the road to Moscow. By early September, the first whispers of unease reached the German high command. Fuel shortages became the defining feature of the campaign. The mighty panzer divisions, once unstoppable, were now often forced to halt for days, waiting for deliveries that never came. Tanks that had rolled across Europe without pause now sat idle, their engines cold, their crews restless. The soldiers, unprepared for the long distances, began to grasp what the generals had already feared: the Soviet Union was too vast to conquer quickly. Then came the weather. The summer heat gave way to sudden, torrential rains that turned the open plains into oceans of mud. The infamous Rasputitsa, the Russian mud season, had arrived, and it swallowed the German advance whole. Trucks sank to their axles, horses collapsed from exhaustion, and tanks spun helplessly in the muck. The carefully timed German supply system, already fragile, disintegrated. Food rotted before it could reach the front. Ammunition was lost in the mud. Soldiers trudged for miles through the thick, sucking earth, their feet raw and bleeding, their uniforms caked in filth. The dream of a clean, mechanical Blitzkrieg was gone, replaced by a grim, grinding march into chaos. Meanwhile, the Soviets, written off as defeated, were beginning to fight back. The German forces had expected collapse; instead, they found resistance hardening. Soviet counterattacks, though often disorganized and costly, struck with surprising ferocity. In places like Smolensk and Yelnya, Soviet divisions fought with desperate courage, launching assaults against German positions even when outnumbered and outgunned. The Red Army, though bloodied, refused to die. And beyond the front lines, a new enemy was emerging. In the forests and villages left behind the advancing army, Soviet partisans began their war of shadows. They ambushed convoys, sabotaged railways, and cut communication lines. Supply depots burned in the night, their flames visible for miles across the steppe. German officers, accustomed to clean battles fought on open fields, now found themselves fighting an invisible enemy: peasants with rifles, women carrying grenades in baskets, men who refused to surrender their homeland. The partisan war turned the vast rear areas into killing fields, draining German strength even as the front lines cried out for reinforcements. Inside Hitler's headquarters, the mood was shifting. The Führer, who had once exuded confidence, now grew irritable, even paranoid. Reports of slowing progress, rising casualties, and logistical breakdowns enraged him. His generals, seasoned officers who understood the realities of war, began to plead for strategic adjustments, for rest, for regrouping, for a chance to consolidate their stretched lines. But Hitler refused. He saw their caution as weakness. In his mind, to halt was to fail. He began to micromanage the campaign, ignoring the advice of his commanders and making direct tactical orders from his office in East Prussia. He issued commands to divisions he had never seen, in territories he had never visited. Every setback, he claimed, was a failure of will, not of planning. The Russian Colossus is a house of cards, he declared. One more blow, and it will collapse. But the blows kept coming, and the house of cards refused to fall. As autumn deepened, the German troops pressed on toward Moscow, exhausted but driven by orders that allowed no retreat. They had marched for months, fought countless battles, and endured conditions that would have broken lesser armies. Yet they were still expected to fight, still expected to win. The fuel convoys struggled to reach them, the food rations grew thinner, and the wounded were left behind in makeshift field hospitals that froze over at night. Still, the radio broadcasts from Berlin spoke of victory. The newspapers printed glowing reports of the final phase of the campaign. But on the ground, the soldiers knew better. They could see it in the faces of their comrades, in the broken machines, in the long silences between orders. The speed and precision that had defined the Blitzkrieg were gone, replaced by grinding attrition. The first cracks in the facade of invincibility were now visible. What had begun as a campaign of conquest was transforming into a battle for survival. The Wehrmacht, stretched across 1,000 miles of hostile terrain, had reached the limits of its power. The roads were too long, the skies too vast, and the enemy too unyielding. In the mud of Russia, the dream of Hitler's swift victory began to dissolve. And though the soldiers did not yet know it, the long road to defeat had already begun. By the summer of 1942, the once unstoppable Wehrmacht was no longer fighting to win quickly, it was fighting to justify its own existence. What had begun as a campaign of conquest had now descended into a war of endurance, and nowhere would this transformation become more tragic, more costly, or more symbolic than in the ruins of Stalingrad. After the failure to seize Moscow in the winter of 1941, Hitler's attention shifted south, toward the industrial arteries of the Soviet Union, the Volga River and the Caucasus oil fields. He believed that victory in the East still lay within reach if Germany could sever the Soviet economy from its lifeblood. The cities of Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad formed the triad of his ambitions, each a symbol, each a promise of redemption for a campaign that had begun to unravel. But it was Stalingrad that captured Hitler's imagination, and, ultimately, destroyed him. The city bore the name of his greatest enemy, Joseph Stalin, and that alone gave it a mythic importance. To capture Stalingrad, Hitler believed, would not simply be a strategic victory, it would be a psychological triumph, a blow so deep that it would shatter Soviet morale. The name itself taunted him. To let Stalingrad stand was to admit that Stalin had defied him. To conquer it would be to prove that even the man who led the Soviet Union could not defend his own city. And so, in the late summer of 1942, Hitler made his fatal decision. He diverted vast portions of the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army southward, toward the Volga, ordering them to seize Stalingrad at all costs. His generals objected. They warned that the German army was exhausted, that their supply lines were stretched to the breaking point, and that the coming winter would once again find them ill-prepared. But Hitler would hear none of it. Logic had given way to obsession. As the German columns approached the outskirts of Stalingrad in August, the Luftwaffe descended upon the city in a storm of fire. Thousands of tons of bombs rained down, reducing entire districts to rubble. The Volga River, once a symbol of life, ran black with oil and ash. Tens of thousands of civilians were killed in the first few days, and those who survived found themselves trapped in a world of dust, fire, and death. Yet the Soviets did not abandon the city. Stalin had issued his infamous order, not one step back. What followed was not a battle in the traditional sense, it was annihilation by inches. The Sixth Army, commanded by General Friedrich Paulus, pushed into the shattered streets of Stalingrad, fighting for every building, every staircase, every wall. Blitzkrieg was dead, the tanks could not maneuver in the ruins, and artillery was useless at such close range. The war became a hand-to-hand struggle, a brutal contest waged with knives, bayonets, and bare hands. The Germans called it Rattenkrieg, the War of Rats. The Soviet defenders, many of them factory workers and volunteers, fought with a ferocity that stunned their enemies. They turned basements into bunkers, factories into fortresses, and sewers into trenches. Snipers stalked the shadows, waiting for German officers to appear for even a second. The most famous of them, Vasily Zaitsev, became a legend, killing dozens of German soldiers in the narrow ruins of the city. The Germans would take a building by day, only to lose it again by night. The front line ran not across miles of land but through rooms and hallways. The casualties were staggering. The Sixth Army bled itself dry trying to claim every inch of ground. For every Soviet soldier killed, another stepped forward. The Volga became both a lifeline and a grave. Soviet reinforcements crossed it under constant fire, their boats sinking beneath them, the river choking with debris and bodies. Yet still they came, wave after wave. By October, the weather turned. The first snow fell, and with it came the collapse of the German supply lines. The Wehrmacht, already suffering from fuel shortages and malnutrition, found itself trapped in the same deadly cycle that had crippled it the previous winter. Ammunition ran low, food spoiled in the cold, and medical supplies vanished. Men fought not just the enemy but frostbite and starvation. And still, Hitler demanded victory. From his headquarters in East Prussia, he issued orders that defied reason. He refused to allow any withdrawal. "The army will stand fast," he commanded. "Stalingrad must and will be taken." His micromanagement strangled the last traces of strategic flexibility from his generals. Every decision, from troop movements to rations, required his approval. His obsession with the city had grown into a delusion, one that no general dared to challenge openly. In November, the Soviets struck back. Under the command of Generals Zhukov and Vasilevsky, they launched Operation Uranus, a massive counteroffensive that encircled the entire Sixth Army. Within days, 265,000 German soldiers were trapped inside the city, surrounded by a ring of Soviet steel. Hitler's promise that no one shall escape from Stalingrad had become prophecy, though not in the way he imagined. As the winter deepened, the once mighty Sixth Army began to disintegrate. Soldiers froze in their trenches, their rations reduced to crumbs of bread and horse meat. The Luftwaffe's attempt to supply the army by air was a disaster. Planes crashed in the snow, and the supplies that did make it through were barely enough to sustain the dying. In the ruins of the city, discipline broke down. Some men burned their last fuel for warmth, others wrote farewell letters they would never send. Hitler, safe in his headquarters, refused to see reason. To him, Stalingrad had become more than a city, it was the symbol of German will, the myth of Nazi destiny made flesh. He could not bear to lose it, for to lose Stalingrad was to admit that the Third Reich was not invincible. Every telegram he sent was filled with denial and rage. He promoted Paulus to field marshal, hinting that no German of such rank had ever surrendered, a cruel message disguised as honor. But the truth could no longer be hidden. The battle for Stalingrad had already become a grinding tomb, a vortex of death-consuming men, machines, and faith alike. The myth of German invincibility, built on the lightning victories of the early war, began to crumble in the frozen ruins of the city. By January 1943, Stalingrad was little more than a graveyard, a city of ash and silence. The once bright dream of conquest had decayed into a nightmare of hunger, cold, and despair. Hitler's fatal obsession with symbolism had led his army into a trap from which there would be no escape. And as the last German transmissions flickered out across the winter air, one thing became clear: in the ruins of Stalingrad, not just an army, but an entire empire's delusion had begun to die. When the first German divisions crossed into the Soviet Union, Hitler was certain the war in the East would end within months. In his mind, the Red Army was a brutal force, poorly trained, politically divided, and led by officers more afraid of Stalin than of defeat. The Soviet Union, he declared, was a colossus with feet of clay. But as the months passed, the colossus refused to fall. Its feet did not crumble under pressure; instead, they planted themselves deeper into the earth. The failure to recognize Soviet resilience was Hitler's gravest miscalculation. He had built his empire on the illusion of German superiority, racial, industrial, and military. Blitzkrieg had conquered half of Europe in lightning succession, and the same arrogance now blinded him to the reality of the East. What he and his generals failed to grasp was that the Soviet Union was not merely another opponent, it was a civilization built for endurance. The Soviet capacity for recovery stunned the Germans. Even as their armies burned and their cities fell, the Soviets began one of the most remarkable mobilizations in history. Under Stalin's command, factories were dismantled piece by piece and transported eastward, beyond the reach of the Luftwaffe, to the Urals, Siberia, and Kazakhstan. Within months, those same factories were back in operation, producing tanks, planes, and ammunition faster than Germany could destroy them. The T-34 tank, with its sloped armor and wide tracks, rolled off assembly lines by the thousands, proving superior to anything the Germans had on the field. In the shadow of this industrial miracle, Stalin's leadership took on a brutal clarity. The purges of the 1930s had decimated the Red Army's officer corps, but war forged a new generation of commanders, men hardened by necessity. Figures like Georgy Zhukov, Konstantin Rokossovsky, and Vasily Chukov emerged from the chaos, shaping the Soviet war effort into a force of unrelenting determination. Stalin, once paralyzed by shock during the first days of the invasion, regained his composure and adopted a ruthless strategic pragmatism: sacrifice territory, preserve the army. This strategy, a calculated retreat across thousands of kilometers, was something the Germans could neither understand nor replicate. The Wehrmacht, trained to advance, had no patience for defense, no strategy for attrition. Each Soviet withdrawal, each burned village and dismantled rail line, pulled the Germans deeper into a trap of their own making. They mistook Soviet retreat for weakness, not realizing that every mile gained brought them further from their supply lines and closer to destruction. By the winter of 1941, the true cost of Hitler's arrogance began to unfold. The German High Command had dismissed every warning about the Soviet winter, every caution about the logistical impossibility of maintaining momentum across such distances. Hitler believed that victory would come before the snows did, that his soldiers would be resting in Moscow by Christmas. Instead, they found themselves frozen in the open, their machines stalled, their weapons jammed, their bodies clothed in rags against temperatures that plunged to -40 degrees Celsius. The Soviets, meanwhile, were prepared. Their armies were equipped with winter uniforms, their vehicles fitted with antifreeze, their supply chains fortified for the cold. They had been fighting on their own soil, in their own climate, and they knew how to survive it. When the Red Army launched its counteroffensive in December 1941, the Wehrmacht, frostbitten, starving, and exhausted, began to break. Entire divisions collapsed not because of enemy fire, but because of frostbite, starvation, and exhaustion. Still, Hitler refused to acknowledge the disaster. He dismissed the reports from his commanders as defeatism and insisted that the Soviet Union was on the verge of collapse. He could not see that it was Germany, not the USSR, that was now overextended, bleeding resources faster than it could replace them. The German war machine, once the envy of the world, was now grinding itself to dust on the plains of Russia. As the months turned into years, the consequences of Hitler's arrogance became irreversible. His obsession with ideological conquest, with proving the superiority of the Aryan race over the inferior Slavs, had blinded him to reality. He ignored the evidence of Soviet adaptability, dismissed intelligence reports warning of industrial relocation, and underestimated the power of national unity born from desperation. The Soviet people, once terrorized by Stalin's rule, now fought with a kind of grim purpose that transcended politics. They were not fighting for ideology, they were fighting for survival. For every city the Germans captured, 10 more Soviet divisions rose to fight them. For every soldier killed, a worker in the Urals produced another rifle, another tank, another bullet. Hitler's war had been built on speed, on the belief that modern warfare favored those who could strike hardest and fastest. But in the East, speed was meaningless. Time itself was Stalin's greatest weapon. Every day the war dragged on, Germany grew weaker, its economy strained, its armies thinned. The Soviet Union, for all its losses, grew stronger, adapting to the rhythm of a war it had been born to endure. By 1942, as German offensives stalled and casualties mounted, even Hitler's most loyal generals began to sense the truth. They could not defeat a nation capable of rebuilding itself while under siege. They could not defeat a people who would fight with rifles, with shovels, with their bare hands if necessary. But Hitler would not listen. He still believed that willpower alone could bend history to his design. His refusal to adapt, his blind insistence on victory, had already condemned millions to die. And so, as the Eastern Front froze beneath the weight of his delusions, the cost of that arrogance began to emerge in full. The Great Campaign for Lebensraum, the war of conquest meant to secure a 1,000-year empire, had become a struggle for survival. In the snow and ashes of the Soviet frontier, the myth of German supremacy began to crack, not with a single explosion, but with the slow, grinding collapse of belief. The Colossus had not fallen. It was awake now, and it was coming for them. The first snowflakes of the Russian winter began to fall in late October 1941, soft at first, like a warning whispered through the barren fields. For the German soldiers, still pushing relentlessly toward Moscow, it was an inconvenience, one more obstacle in a campaign that had already stretched them to their limits. They had been promised victory before the year's end, a swift conquest that would see them home by Christmas. Instead, they found themselves stranded in the heart of a continent that seemed determined to destroy them. By November, the temperatures plunged to -30 degrees Celsius. The Wehrmacht, dressed in thin summer uniforms, was utterly unprepared for what was coming. Boots cracked, rifles froze, and engines refused to start. The once proud German war machine, which had torn through Europe in a storm of efficiency and precision, was now paralyzed by cold. The fuel shortages that had begun in the summer turned catastrophic. Oil thickened in the barrels, refusing to ignite in the bitter air. Tanks that had once led the charge toward Moscow now sat motionless, their steel bodies turned into frozen tombs. Trucks sank into the ice and snow, abandoned by drivers who could no longer feel their fingers. Horses, which had replaced many of the broken vehicles, collapsed by the thousands, their bodies stiff in the frozen mud. The soldiers themselves became as brittle as the land around them. They burned anything they could find for warmth: rifle crates, fences, furniture, even books taken from ruined villages. Frostbite spread like wildfire. Toes, fingers, and noses turned black and fell away. The cold was a silent executioner, claiming more lives than bullets or bombs. And then came the Soviet counterattack. While the Germans struggled against the elements, Stalin's armies had been quietly rebuilding. Entire divisions, trained and equipped for winter warfare, had been transferred from Siberia after Soviet intelligence confirmed that Japan would not attack from the east. These men, hardened by the brutal cold of their homeland, now stood ready to defend the capital. On December 5, 1941, the Red Army launched its counteroffensive along a 1,000-kilometer front. The Germans, exhausted and undersupplied, were taken completely by surprise. Soviet tanks, painted white for camouflage, roared through the blizzards. Infantry units advanced relentlessly, their rifles firing through the snow, their bayonets flashing in the dim winter light. What had once been an unstoppable German advance now turned into a desperate struggle to survive. For the first time in the war, the Wehrmacht retreated. Units fell back in disarray, abandoning equipment, weapons, and wounded comrades. The dream of taking Moscow, the heart of the Soviet Union, the symbol of Hitler's triumph, crumbled in the snow. The city never fell, and it never would. The Soviets, though battered and bloodied, had held their ground. The Battle of Moscow marked a turning point not only in the war but in the psyche of both armies. The German soldiers, once drunk on victory, now stared into the abyss of defeat. The myth of invincibility that had followed the Wehrmacht since the invasion of Poland was gone. They had met an enemy who would not yield, a land that would not die. In Berlin, Hitler's rage knew no bounds. His generals pleaded for strategic withdrawals, for the chance to regroup and rearm before the next Soviet attack. But Hitler would not listen. He saw retreat as weakness, as betrayal. The German soldier does not yield, he declared. He stands fast or dies. And so, thousands more did. Entire divisions were ordered to hold positions they could not defend, to fight in weather that no army could endure. Inside the frozen trenches, the men whispered of doom. Letters home spoke not of glory, but of suffering, of frostbitten limbs, of friends frozen to death beside them, of endless nights spent listening to the howling wind and the distant rumble of Soviet artillery. "We have no winter clothing," one soldier wrote. "Our rifles are frozen, our stomachs empty, our feet bleeding. This is not war. This is death." The Soviet victory at the gates of Moscow was more than a military triumph, it was a moral resurrection. After months of retreat and despair, the Red Army had proven that the invader could be stopped. The people of the Soviet Union, who had watched their cities burn and their families perish, now found hope in the frozen fields outside their capital. Stalin himself declared, "The enemy has been stopped and will be beaten." But for Germany, the realization was crushing. The winter had exposed the limits of Hitler's grand vision. The Blitzkrieg, so successful in the open plains of Western Europe, had no power here. The Soviet Union was not a house of cards. It was a fortress of endurance, built on suffering and fueled by vengeance. By early 1942, the Wehrmacht had lost over 800,000 men on the Eastern Front. Tens of thousands more would never make it home, buried beneath the snow in nameless graves. The dream of a quick victory, of reaching the Urals, of destroying Bolshevism, of reshaping the East into the German Empire's living space, was dead. In its place came the cold truth: the war in the East would not be won by speed or strength, but by survival. As the snow deepened and the winds howled over the frozen corpses, the German soldiers began to understand what their leaders could not, that the Russian winter was not merely weather. It was a weapon. A merciless, unrelenting force that cared nothing for ideology, for pride, or for conquest. The frozen grip of defeat had closed around them. And in that moment, under the gray skies of a land they could never truly conquer, the tide of the war began to turn. The winter of 1941 had delivered its verdict, the Wehrmacht had been stopped. The Blitzkrieg had frozen in the snow outside Moscow, and the German army, once thought invincible, was now fighting merely to survive. Yet even as the evidence of disaster piled higher with each passing week, Adolf Hitler refused to accept it. For him, retreat was not a tactical decision, it was a moral failure, an admission that his vision of a 1,000-year empire was built on lies. Inside his headquarters, deep within the forests of East Prussia, the Führer's world had shrunk. Maps covered the walls, dotted with colored pins that showed the shifting front lines of a war now slipping out of his control. Reports came daily: ammunition shortages, desertions, dead officers, frozen divisions, but none of it mattered. Hitler no longer trusted his generals. He saw caution as cowardice and reason as betrayal. No retreat, he declared. The German soldier stands and fights. It was an order that would doom hundreds of thousands. The generals, men like Halder, Guderian, and von Bock, had long understood the truth: Operation Barbarossa had failed. The Soviet Union was not collapsing, it was reorganizing, regrouping, growing stronger. Every day, new Soviet divisions appeared, armed with fresh tanks and rifles rolling off the assembly lines in the Urals. The Germans had been drawn too far, their supply lines stretched thin across a continent. To survive, they needed to pull back, to shorten the front, to consolidate, to preserve what remained of their strength. But Hitler would not allow it. His ideology would not permit the notion of retreat, not after years of preaching the superiority of the German race and the inevitability of victory. To withdraw was to admit weakness. To admit weakness was to destroy the myth of the Third Reich's destiny. The Nazi dream of domination had been built on the belief that the Soviet Union was a decaying state, that once the Germans reached Moscow or Leningrad, the enemy would crumble. But the Soviets refused to die. The Nazi ideology, which equated racial superiority with military strength, could not account for the Soviet resilience born of desperation and revenge. The war had become a contest not of technology or tactics, but of endurance, and the Soviets, with their vast manpower, harsh climate, and unyielding spirit, held the advantage. By 1942, as Hitler prepared for his next great offensive, reason had vanished entirely from the German high command. He saw only symbols, not strategy. His generals begged for time to recover, to rebuild after the failures of the previous winter, but Hitler demanded another push. He believed that capturing Stalingrad and the Caucasus oil fields would restore Germany's strength and cripple the Soviet Union once and for all. The fate of the world will be decided in the East, he proclaimed. The result was catastrophe. Stalingrad became the grinding nightmare that shattered the Wehrmacht's will, but even that colossal defeat was not enough to shake Hitler's obsession. When news of the encirclement reached him in late 1942, he refused to allow Paulus and the Sixth Army to break out. The city must be held, he insisted. No step back. His voice, trembling with anger, carried over the radio lines to the front. But for the soldiers trapped in the ruins of Stalingrad, there was no glory left to defend, only starvation, frostbite, and the slow death of an army betrayed by its own leader. After Stalingrad, any pretense of strategy was gone. What remained was fanaticism, pure and unrelenting. Hitler withdrew further from his generals, preferring to dictate operations himself from the safety of his bunkers. He ordered offensives that defied all logic, forcing his men into hopeless battles to reclaim cities that no longer held strategic value. His command had become a cult of willpower, in which emotion replaced intelligence and ideology replaced reality. This obsession reached its breaking point in the summer of 1943, at the Battle of Kursk, the largest tank battle in history. Hitler saw Kursk as his chance to reclaim the momentum lost after Stalingrad, to restore the illusion of German dominance. Nearly 3,000 tanks and 900,000 men were committed to the offensive. The plan was simple: encircle and annihilate Soviet forces in a pincer movement, a final display of Blitzkrieg's brilliance. But the Soviets were ready. They had known the attack was coming for months, thanks to brilliant intelligence work and code-breaking. They had dug thousands of miles of trenches, laid millions of mines, and built an intricate defense network of artillery, anti-tank guns, and fortified positions. When the offensive began in July 1943, the Germans advanced into a steel trap. Their tanks were bogged down by mines and mud, their air superiority contested by the resurgent Soviet Air Force. For every kilometer gained, they paid in blood and fire. The T-34s, faster and more maneuverable, outmatched the once feared panzer divisions. By the time Hitler called off the offensive, Kursk had become another disaster. The Germans lost nearly 200,000 men and 1,500 tanks, losses they could not replace. The Soviets, though bloodied, had held the line, and more than that, they had seized the initiative. From that moment onward, the Germans would never again launch a major offensive in the East. The myth of the unstoppable Wehrmacht had been buried beneath the dust and smoke of Kursk. But even then, Hitler's fanaticism only deepened. He blamed his generals for cowardice, for betrayal, for failing to match his vision. One by one, the old guard of professional officers was dismissed or silenced, replaced by men who would obey without question. In the Führer's mind, loyalty mattered more than competence, faith more than truth. By late 1943, it was clear to everyone but Hitler that Barbarossa had died long ago. What remained was not a strategy, but a delusion, a belief that sheer will could overcome reality. And so the war dragged on, a tragedy driven by one man's refusal to yield. The Eastern Front became a graveyard of ambition, a monument to arrogance and denial. Cities were lost and retaken, then lost again. Millions more died, not for conquest, but for the fantasy of a victory that no longer existed. Hitler's voice, once commanding and confident, grew shrill and desperate. No retreat! No surrender, he screamed into the microphones, as though volume could change fate. But his empire was already collapsing, from within, from exhaustion, from the weight of his own madness. In the end, the war in the East was not lost in a single battle, nor even in a single winter. It was lost in the moment Hitler chose ideology over logic, ego over humanity, and fanaticism over reason. And in that moment, the fate of the German Reich was sealed. By 1943, the once proud Wehrmacht, which had thundered into the Soviet Union with the precision of a machine, was now crumbling under the weight of its own success and short-sightedness. The grand illusion of efficiency and invincibility that had defined Operation Barbarossa was disintegrating into chaos. The German army had pushed too far, too fast, and too arrogantly without the logistics, the infrastructure, or the flexibility to sustain its reach. What had begun as a meticulously timed invasion had now become a lesson in the fatal consequences of overconfidence. Germany's military genius, so often praised in the early years of the war, was undone not by the strength of its enemies alone, but by its own inability to adapt. The first and most glaring failure was logistical. The plan for Operation Barbarossa had been based on a 6-month victory, a lightning war, not a drawn-out campaign. No one in the German high command, least of all Hitler, had planned for a long conflict across the boundless steppes of Russia. Supply depots had been built close to the border assuming the front would move eastward quickly. But as the fighting dragged on, those depots became isolated islands, hundreds of miles behind the front lines. The supply columns, dependent on horse-drawn wagons and outdated trucks, struggled to keep up. Roads turned to mud in spring and autumn, freezing solid in winter each season, creating new obstacles. Tanks ran out of fuel long before they reached their objective. Soldiers went hungry as food supplies dwindled. Ammunition had to be rationed. The mighty German army, which had conquered Western Europe with unmatched speed, now found itself starving in the wilderness. And yet, Hitler demanded more offensives, more advances. "Push forward," he ordered, as if distance alone could achieve victory. His generals protested, pointing out that their armies were stretched beyond endurance, that there was no way to maintain the front. But he silenced them, consumed by the illusion that willpower could substitute for logistics. Meanwhile, the Soviets had learned from their earlier defeats. Their railways, adapted to a different gauge, proved to be a natural defense. German supply trains could not use them without conversion, delaying every shipment by days. Soviet engineers, working deep in the rear, built new networks faster than the Germans could destroy them. In the skies, the Luftwaffe was losing its edge. Soviet aircraft production, bolstered by the relocated factories east of the Urals, began to outpace the Germans. The balance of war was shifting. The further the Wehrmacht advanced, the more it became disorganized. The command structure, once sharp and efficient, began to rot from within. Field marshals who questioned orders were dismissed or ignored. Intelligence reports warning of Soviet buildups were dismissed as exaggerations. Maps were outdated before they reached headquarters. Communication between divisions broke down entirely. Officers were forced to make split-second decisions with incomplete information, while Hitler's distant directives grew more delusional by the day. The terrain itself became an enemy. The vastness of the Soviet Union swallowed entire armies. Villages that looked close on a map turned out to be hundreds of kilometers apart. Rivers froze and thawed unpredictably, making bridges unreliable and fords impassable. Vehicles designed for the paved roads of Europe broke apart on the rough tracks of the steppe. Maintenance crews worked in open snow, their fingers bleeding from frostbite as they tried to keep engines alive. The German mechanized army, once the symbol of modern warfare, was reduced to a crawling beast, limping from one battlefield to the next. In this chaos, the Soviet partisans struck with increasing ferocity. Operating behind enemy lines, they turned the occupied territories into a living nightmare for German soldiers. They sabotaged railways, derailed trains, and ambushed supply convoys in the forests at night. The flicker of explosions and the glow of burning fuel depots marked their invisible war. For every mile the Germans advanced, the partisans tore at their heels. The Germans responded with brutality, reprisals, mass executions, entire villages burned, but the violence only fed the resistance. Every atrocity created new enemies, new fighters. The land itself seemed to rise against them. By mid-1943, the illusion of order within the German ranks had vanished. Units that were once meticulously coordinated now operated in isolation, their chain of command fragmented. Reports sent to Berlin were softened or falsified to avoid Hitler's wrath, while at the front, commanders made desperate improvisations just to survive. The Battle of Kursk that summer epitomized this decay. The plan had been bold, even brilliant, a massive pincer attack to destroy Soviet forces once again. But it was undermined by the same weaknesses that plagued the entire war effort. Delayed logistics, inadequate fuel, and poor communication doomed the offensive before it began. When the Germans finally launched the attack, the Soviets were ready, having fortified their defenses for months. What followed was not a blitzkrieg but a slaughter. German tanks bogged down in mud and minefields, cut apart by waves of Soviet artillery. After Kursk, the German army would never again take the initiative on the Eastern Front. The momentum had shifted permanently. The Soviets pressed forward, their counteroffensives growing in scale and confidence. For the first time, it was the Germans who fought defensively, digging trenches and building fortifications, trying to hold ground rather than take it. Hitler, isolated and increasingly erratic, refused to accept the reality his generals faced. He still believed in the myth of German superiority, insisting that victory was possible if only his soldiers had more faith. But faith could not fuel tanks, could not repair roads, could not stop the avalanche of men and machines that the Soviet Union now hurled westward. By the end of 1943, the cracks in the facade of invincibility were wide open. The Wehrmacht was no longer the fearsome spearhead of Nazi conquest, it was a wounded giant, bleeding out across the endless plains it had once sought to rule. What had begun as a campaign of movement had become a war of attrition. Every kilometer gained was paid for in lives. Every advance left the army weaker. The Germans had failed not because they lacked courage or skill, but because they could not adapt to the land, to the people, to the reality of a war they did not understand. And so, beneath the howling winds of the Russian steppe, the empire of conquest began to rot from the inside out. The machine of war that had conquered Europe was now coming apart, bolt by bolt, man by man. By the end of 1943, the once fearsome Wehrmacht had become a shadow of its former self. The pride of Germany, the same army that had marched triumphantly through Warsaw, Paris, and Kiev, was now exhausted, bled dry, and trapped in a war it could no longer win. What had begun 2 years earlier as Operation Barbarossa, a campaign of conquest and destiny, was now nothing more than a slow, grinding collapse. The Eastern Front had turned from a path to glory into a graveyard of ambition. The German Sixth Army, destroyed at Stalingrad, had been the first great warning. Its annihilation had shown that the Soviet Union could not be broken. Yet even after that disaster, Hitler refused to see the truth. Instead, he rebuilt the army, sending new divisions eastward, convinced that determination alone could restore Germany's fortunes. By mid-1943, his eyes turned once more toward a decisive battle, one that would erase the humiliation of Stalingrad and crush the Red Army before it grew too strong. That battle came at Kursk. It was meant to be a redemption, a chance to regain the initiative. But Kursk became something far worse, a confirmation that Germany's golden age of conquest was over. The battle was a catastrophe of hubris and miscalculation. The Soviets, forewarned and prepared, had turned the rolling plains of southern Russia into a fortress. When the German tanks advanced, they did not strike fear into the enemy, they were swallowed by minefields, artillery barrages, and endless waves of Soviet armor. The panzer divisions, once symbols of invincibility, burned in the summer heat. By the time the dust settled, Germany had lost 200,000 men, thousands of tanks, and the last chance to regain control of the war. The Wehrmacht could never again launch a major offensive in the east. The Red Army now held the initiative, and they would never give it back. For the generals at the front, the truth was undeniable. The dream of victory in the east had died. In their reports and diaries, they wrote what they could not say aloud: Operation Barbarossa had failed. The war that was supposed to have lasted only months had consumed millions of lives, drained Germany's resources, and destroyed the myth of the invincible Wehrmacht. The soldiers felt it too. Morale collapsed as the endless retreats began. Every step backward felt like a betrayal of the promises they had been told, the promise of a quick victory, of living space, of a new empire rising from the ashes of Europe. Instead, they were now defending a shrinking front line, fighting in frozen trenches, and watching their comrades vanish into the snow and smoke. At home, the German people were beginning to sense what the soldiers already knew. The military-industrial complex, strained to its limits, could no longer keep pace with the demands of total war. Factories worked day and night, but there was not enough fuel, not enough steel, not enough men. The youth of Germany, barely trained, barely armed, were being sent to replace the fallen veterans. The Luftwaffe, once the terror of Europe's skies, was grounded by fuel shortages and outnumbered by Soviet aircraft. Even the mighty panzer divisions were becoming ghosts, machines without fuel, soldiers without hope. Still, Hitler demanded total victory. His speeches grew louder, his promises more desperate. Germany will triumph, he declared from his mountain retreat. The will of the Führer cannot be broken. But behind his words was a man increasingly detached from reality. He refused to listen to his generals, replacing seasoned commanders with loyal sycophants. He dismissed every suggestion of retreat or surrender as treason. To him, the war had become personal, a test of his faith, his ideology, his destiny. The generals who once dared to argue found themselves dismissed, arrested, or worse. In their place came men who obeyed blindly. The army was no longer fighting for strategy, it was fighting for the Führer's delusion. Meanwhile, the Soviets pressed forward with relentless determination. Their strength seemed endless. Factories in the east churned out tanks, guns, and aircraft faster than the Germans could destroy them. The Red Army, hardened by 2 years of brutal war, moved west like an unstoppable tide. The Germans tried to build new defensive lines, the Panther Line, the Dnieper Line, the Vistula Line, but each one fell in turn. For every mile regained, 10 more were lost. By early 1944, the tide had fully turned. Soviet offensives tore through Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states. The German army, trapped between the iron of the Red Army and the fires of Allied bombing raids in the west, began to crumble. Towns and cities that had once marked the high tide of German expansion now became markers of retreat. Smolensk, Kharkov, Kiev, all lost again. Each retreat brought them closer to the heart of Europe, closer to the inevitable. In the corridors of the German High Command, despair replaced ambition. Field reports were censored before they reached Hitler's desk, rephrased to hide the scale of the collapse. The generals whispered among themselves that the war was lost, but none dared say it aloud. They had seen what happened to those who spoke the truth. And yet, even as the Red Army advanced and the front drew closer to Berlin, Hitler refused to yield an inch. Not one step back, he barked into the telephone. Victory is still possible. But the world outside his bunker no longer believed him. The soldiers at the front, the civilians hiding from bombs, the officers watching their maps darken with red, they all knew what was coming. The inevitable collapse had begun. By late 1944, the Soviets stood at the gates of Poland, and the once great Wehrmacht was nothing more than a tattered shadow, bleeding and beaten. The dream of empire, born in arrogance and sustained by violence, was dying in fire and frost. The German Sixth Army, once reborn after Stalingrad, was annihilated again in the ruins of the East. Entire corps disappeared into encirclements, their names struck from the order of battle. The war Hitler had promised would bring glory to Germany was now bringing it ruin. Cities lay in ashes, families were shattered, and the youth of a generation had been fed into the furnace of conquest. And yet, in his bunker, the Führer still believed that destiny was on his side. But outside, on the endless plains of the East, destiny had already chosen. The Soviets were coming, and nothing in the world could stop them now. The march to Berlin had begun, and with it, the final chapter of the Reich. The empire that had risen in arrogance was now falling into silence. By the autumn of 1941, as the German armies swept deeper into Soviet territory, the city of Leningrad stood as both a target and a symbol, the birthplace of the Russian Revolution, the city of Lenin's name, and the beating heart of Soviet ideology. For Hitler, the destruction of Leningrad was not simply a military objective, it was personal, an act of vengeance against Bolshevism itself. The plan was ruthless in its simplicity. Leningrad was to be erased. The population, nearly 3 million souls, was to be starved, not captured. The city would be surrounded, cut off from all food, water, and supplies until it died. Hitler's orders were clear: the city must disappear from the face of the earth. There would be no negotiations, no surrender, no mercy. By September 1941, the German Army Group North, led by Field Marshal Wilhelm von Lieb, had reached the outskirts of the city. Their encirclement was nearly complete. To the north, Finnish forces closed in from Karelia. To the south and west, German troops tightened their grip around Lake Ladoga, Leningrad's last connection to the outside world. The siege had begun. What followed was not a battle in the traditional sense, but a slow annihilation, a war of endurance that would test the limits of human suffering. The blockade would last 872 days, one of the longest and most brutal sieges in recorded history. The German bombardments began immediately. Day after day, artillery shells rained down on the city, destroying factories, hospitals, and homes. The Luftwaffe joined the assault, targeting food stores and supply depots, hoping to hasten the city's collapse. Fires burned through the night, and smoke hung over the Neva River like a funeral shroud. Yet even as death descended from the skies, the city refused to yield. Inside Leningrad, life became an act of defiance. The people dug trenches, built barricades, and turned factories into fortresses. Women, children, and the elderly worked side by side with soldiers to keep the city alive. The Soviet garrison, though outnumbered and undersupplied, fought fiercely. Every street became a front line, every building a stronghold. But courage could not stop hunger. As the blockade tightened, the food stores dwindled. By the winter of 1941-42, the city was starving. The official bread ration fell to 125 grams per person per day, barely enough to sustain life. Sawdust was mixed into the flour. People ate glue, wallpaper paste, leather belts, anything that could quiet the gnawing emptiness in their stomachs. Pets disappeared, then rats, then even the bodies of the dead. The famine claimed more lives than the bombs. In the first year of the siege alone, 500,000 civilians perished, not from battle, but from hunger and cold. The streets of Leningrad were lined with corpses, frozen in grotesque poses, their faces turned toward the gray sky. Families carried their dead relatives out into the snow and left them there, too weak to bury them properly. And yet, through this horror, the spirit of the city endured. The Leningrad Radio Orchestra, starving like everyone else, gave a performance of Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony, composed during the siege itself. Musicians fainted at their instruments, some had to be revived with sugar water just to finish the piece. But when the final notes rang out, broadcast across the city and through Soviet loudspeakers directed at German lines, it was more than music, it was defiance. The message was unmistakable: Leningrad lives. For the Germans, what was supposed to be a swift victory had turned into a quagmire. The Wehrmacht had expected the city to collapse within weeks. Instead, they found themselves stuck in a siege without end, forced to maintain a ring of steel around a city that refused to die. The harsh winter, the constant need to resupply, and the growing partisan activity in the surrounding forests stretched their resources thin. Even Hitler's generals began to question the logic of the siege. They argued that it diverted men and supplies from the main objective, Moscow. But Hitler was unmoved. He viewed Leningrad as a cancer that had to be cut out completely, no matter the cost. The city's survival was, in his eyes, an insult to the Reich. "We will not feed them," he declared. "We will not accept surrender. Let them perish." But as the months dragged on, the Germans were the ones who began to break. Their arrogance faded as they watched an entire city refuse to bow to hunger, fire, or fear. They saw civilians walking through the bombed streets with quiet dignity, soldiers still manning their posts after losing everything. The propaganda that had promised easy victory now rang hollow. Leningrad was supposed to have been destroyed. Instead, it had become a symbol of resistance. By 1943, as the Red Army began its counteroffensives, the German hold around the city weakened. Supply routes across Lake Ladoga, known as the Road of Life, kept the city barely alive. Trucks drove over the frozen lake in winter, ferrying food and evacuating the weak. Thousands of drivers died in the effort, but they never stopped coming. Finally, in January 1944, after nearly 2.5 years, the siege was broken. Soviet forces smashed through the German lines, and the blockade was lifted. When the smoke cleared, the scale of the tragedy was almost beyond comprehension. Over 1 million civilians had died, from hunger, disease, or bombardment. But the city still stood. The siege of Leningrad marked the first major German setback in the East, and more than that, it shattered the illusion of German invincibility. The Reich, which had prided itself on efficiency and power, had been unable to crush a starving city. Hitler's obsession with destroying Leningrad had only drained his armies and strengthened Soviet resolve. For the people of Leningrad, survival itself was victory. For the Germans, it was a warning that no matter how far they advanced, this was not a war they could win. And as the frozen city buried its dead beneath the snow, the truth began to take shape across the Eastern Front. The tide had turned, and the era of conquest was over. The road to Moscow had begun with the same arrogance that defined the entire Barbarossa campaign, the belief that nothing could stop the German war machine. The Führer had promised his generals that the Soviet capital would fall before winter, that the Wehrmacht would march through Red Square and raise the swastika above the Kremlin before the snow touched the ground. The propaganda in Berlin already spoke of victory. Maps in German headquarters had red lines drawn boldly toward the city, confident, unstoppable. But those lines would soon falter, swallowed by the endless mud and snow of Russia. By October 1941, the Germans had reached the outskirts of Moscow. From their positions, they could see the faint glow of the city on the horizon, a ghostly promise of triumph. Yet every step closer felt heavier, slower, more desperate. The once flawless Blitzkrieg was breaking down. Supply lines stretched over 1,000 kilometers, fuel trucks were stranded in the mud, and reinforcements could not reach the front. Operation Typhoon, the final push to take Moscow, was beginning to unravel before it truly began. The German soldiers were exhausted, many having fought without rest since the invasion began in June. Their uniforms were tattered and thin, designed for summer campaigns, not the brutal cold of the Russian winter. When the first snow fell, they realized what they had underestimated, not the Soviet army, but the land itself. The Rasputitsa, the infamous Russian mud season, swallowed tanks whole. Trucks sank axle deep, horses died in their harnesses, and men froze to death overnight. The mechanized juggernaut that had conquered Europe now moved at a crawl, sometimes advancing only a few hundred meters a day. The once perfect German formations fractured as battalions became isolated, cut off, or lost in the endless white expanse. But still, the orders came from Berlin: advance. Take Moscow at all costs. Inside the Soviet capital, panic had given way to resolve. Civilians built defenses in the freezing cold, trenches, anti-tank ditches, and barricades stretching for miles. Women, children, and the elderly worked alongside soldiers, digging through the frozen ground with bare hands when shovels broke. The city was transforming into a fortress. Stalin refused to abandon it. While his advisors urged him to evacuate to Kuibyshev, he remained in Moscow, determined to face whatever came. His presence became a rallying cry: if the leader of the Soviet Union would not run, neither would the people. On November 7, the anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, Stalin held a military parade in Red Square, under artillery range of the Germans. Soldiers marched straight from the parade ground to the front lines. It was a declaration to the world and to Hitler himself: Moscow will not fall. As the Germans inched closer, the battle became a test of endurance. The Soviets, bolstered by new divisions arriving from the Far East, struck back with surprising strength. These Siberian troops were veterans of winter warfare, clothed in fur and trained for the cold, unlike their German counterparts who still fought in thin cotton. The German assault reached its peak in late November. They captured the towns of Klin, Istra, and Narofamensk, tightening their grip around the capital. At one point, they came within 30 kilometers of the Kremlin. German officers could see the spires of Moscow through their binoculars. Yet no matter how fiercely they fought, the Soviet lines did not break. The turning point came on December 5, 1941, when the Red Army launched its counteroffensive. Under the command of General Zhukov, Soviet forces struck back along the entire front. Entire divisions of German troops, weakened by frostbite and hunger, were forced into retreat. Tanks that had once led the charge now froze solid, their engines cracking in the sub-zero temperatures. For the Germans, the retreat was a humiliation. Soldiers who had been told they were fighting for victory now marched backward through the snow, pursued by an enemy they had believed to be finished. Thousands froze to death before they ever made it to safety. The frozen corpses of men and horses lined the roads, grim monuments to Hitler's folly. But the greatest battle was not between the two armies, it was between Hitler and his generals. In the field, the commanders begged for permission to withdraw to defensible positions, to regroup before they were overrun. But from his headquarters in East Prussia, Hitler refused. Every report of retreat sent him into a rage. He accused his generals of cowardice, of lacking the will to fight. He replaced seasoned officers with younger men who would obey his every command. Moscow must be taken, or Germany is lost, he shouted. But Moscow was not taken. Germany was already losing, though he refused to see it. The symbolic and strategic importance of the city was immeasurable. For the Soviets, it was the heart of their nation, the center of their will to fight. For the Germans, it was the crown jewel of Hitler's ambitions, the proof of Nazi supremacy. Its defense and survival became more than military matters, they were spiritual. When Moscow held, the illusion of German invincibility shattered. For the first time, the German people heard words that had once been unthinkable: setback, retreat, failure. The propaganda machine in Berlin scrambled to spin the disaster into something less damning, but the truth could not be hidden. Barbarossa, the campaign meant to destroy the Soviet Union in a matter of months, had now dragged into an endless war of attrition. In Moscow, Stalin's voice rang across the airwaves. The enemy has been stopped. The enemy will be defeated. His confidence spread across the Soviet Union like fire through dry grass. The tide of war had turned. For the soldiers who survived the frozen front, the memories would never fade: the snow that buried their dead, the endless cold that gnawed at their bones, and the feeling that victory, so close they could almost see it, had slipped through their frozen hands. Hitler's unrealistic expectations had met the one force he could not control: reality. The capital of the Soviet Union, the unbroken heart of a nation, had stood against the storm. And as the Wehrmacht retreated into the blizzard, one truth became undeniable: Germany's dream of domination had begun to die in the snow outside Moscow. The Russian winter came not as a surprise, but as a force of nature the Germans had refused to believe in: a myth, a problem for lesser armies. In Hitler's mind, the war would be over before the snow fell, the Red Army would collapse, and the German soldiers would be home by Christmas. But by December 1941, the dream of a swift victory had frozen solid under layers of snow, ice, and denial. The temperature plunged to minus 40 degrees Celsius, and with it, the German advance froze. The Wehrmacht, built on speed and precision, was now immobile. Their supply lines, already stretched thin across the vast Soviet landscape, were paralyzed by the cold. The once reliable trucks refused to start, oil thickened like tar in their engines. Fuel froze in the barrels, food froze in the tins, and men froze in their sleep. The German High Command had never prepared for this kind of war. Their uniforms, designed for the temperate climate of Western Europe, were paper-thin against the Russian wind. Soldiers wrapped themselves in curtains, rugs, and newspapers just to survive the night. Their boots stiffened with frost, their fingers cracked and bled, their rifles jammed with ice. They burned anything they could find, wooden fences, crates, even their own equipment, just to stay alive. By January 1942, frostbite was claiming more soldiers than bullets. Fingers turned black, then fell away. Noses and ears vanished overnight. Medics, overwhelmed and undersupplied, could do nothing but amputate. Hospitals became morgues, morgues became burial grounds. Entire divisions were reduced to ghosts, their eyes hollow, their movements mechanical. And still, the orders from Hitler's headquarters were the same: hold your ground. No retreat. But the ground itself was turning against them. The frozen soil shattered under artillery shells, sending shards of ice flying like shrapnel. Snow buried the trenches, muffling the sounds of battle until the silence became worse than the noise. The Wehrmacht, once masters of maneuver and speed, had become prisoners of the landscape they had tried to conquer. Then, as the Germans struggled to survive the cold, the Soviets counterattacked. In December 1941, under the command of General Zhukov, the Red Army launched a massive winter offensive along the front near Moscow. Entire divisions of Siberian troops, trained for sub-zero warfare, advanced through the snow, their white camouflage blending with the blizzards. Their weapons worked, their boots held, their morale was unbroken. The Germans, stunned and unprepared, fell back in confusion. The Soviet counteroffensive struck like a hammer. Towns that had taken the Germans weeks to capture were lost in days. German strongholds crumbled as ammunition ran out and reinforcements failed to arrive. Tanks, once symbols of unstoppable power, were abandoned and left to freeze, silent monuments to arrogance. The Blitzkrieg, the lightning-fast war that had conquered Europe, had met its match. In the mud and snow of Russia, the lightning had gone out. Mobility was gone, surprise was gone, and with them, the illusion of German invincibility. The carefully planned timetables and rapid advances that defined the Wehrmacht's victories were meaningless in a land that devoured everything. For the soldiers on the ground, the winter was a living enemy. They began to dread not the Soviet artillery, but the wind, that endless, howling wind that stripped skin from flesh and froze tears before they could fall. Men huddled in trenches, whispering prayers into their scarves. Some froze where they sat, their eyes open, their rifles still clutched in their hands. In letters home, those who could still write described the horror. We are not fighting men. We are fighting cold, hunger, and death itself. The Russians are not our greatest enemy, the winter is. Even the most hardened officers began to despair. Generals reported to Berlin that morale was collapsing, that their men were no longer soldiers but survivors. Supplies dwindled, and what little arrived was often lost to Soviet raids or blizzards. Hitler dismissed these reports as weakness. The German spirit will overcome the elements, he declared. But the elements were not listening. As January turned to February, the German front lines wavered. the Soviets continued their assaults, retaking ground that had cost the Germans hundreds of thousands of lives to seize. Kaluga, Klin, and Mozhaisk fell one by one. For every German retreat, Soviet propaganda broadcast triumph, the invaders are being driven out. And in every Soviet home, that message gave people hope that the nightmare might finally be turning. Inside the frozen German camps, hope had died long ago. Soldiers scavenged for food among the dead. They ate the horses that had once pulled their wagons, then the dogs that had once guarded their camps. Discipline collapsed as hunger overtook duty. Men deserted, froze, or simply lay down and waited for the cold to finish what the Red Army had begun. By the time spring thawed the frozen plains, the German army had lost over 1 million men, dead, wounded, or captured. The Blitzkrieg had not failed because of Soviet genius alone, but because of Hitler's blindness, his refusal to adapt, his belief that faith and fury could overcome nature itself. In the end, it was not the Soviet Union that had broken beneath the weight of war, it was Germany's illusion of supremacy. The iron wheels of conquest had ground to a halt in the snowdrifts outside Moscow. The once mighty Wehrmacht had met its first true defeat, not at the hands of an enemy general, but at the mercy of the bitter cold. And beneath that cold, the first cracks in the empire's destiny began to widen. The dream of domination had frozen solid, waiting only for time, and the coming Soviet storm, to shatter it completely. By the winter of 1942, the German army was no longer fighting for conquest, it was fighting for survival. The dream of Operation Barbarossa had frozen, shattered, and burned in the snows of Russia. Yet in Berlin, inside the shadowed corridors of power, Adolf Hitler refused to see it. He had turned from a calculating opportunist into a man possessed, convinced that his will alone could bend reality. The Eastern Front had become not a campaign of strategy, but a mirror of his delusions. At the heart of this madness stood one name, Stalingrad. The battle that had begun as a strategic objective had transformed into an obsession. The city itself, a ruin on the Volga, symbolic only because it bore Stalin's name, became Hitler's personal proving ground. To him, Stalingrad was no longer about tactics or resources. It was about ideology, revenge, and the myth of German destiny. When the Sixth Army, under General Friedrich Paulus, became encircled in November 1942 during the Soviet counteroffensive Operation Uranus, the logical course of action was clear: break out before it was too late. The German generals, veterans of countless campaigns, understood that staying meant annihilation. They pleaded for permission to retreat, to save what remained of their men, to regroup, to fight another day. But Hitler would not listen. "The Sixth Army will stand fast," he commanded. "They will fight where they are." He promised that relief was coming, that the Luftwaffe would supply the trapped forces by air, that Field Marshal Manstein's counteroffensive would soon break through the Soviet lines. But the reality was brutally different. The Luftwaffe could deliver only a fraction of what was needed, and even that at tremendous cost. Planes crashed in the blizzards, supplies burned on the runways, and the soldiers inside Stalingrad received barely enough to survive, let alone fight. Still, the orders from Berlin remained the same: no retreat, no surrender, victory or death. Inside the frozen ruins of Stalingrad, Paulus faced an impossible truth. His men were starving, frostbitten, and out of ammunition. They fought with knives, with shovels, with bare hands. Some burned the last fuel for warmth, others ate horseflesh and leather. Letters sent to headquarters grew shorter, more desperate, more resigned. And still, Hitler refused to allow evacuation. To the generals at the front, it was clear that their Führer had lost touch with reality. They had seen him change over the course of the war, once pragmatic, now paranoid. His speeches, once calculated and cold, had turned into tirades filled with delusion and rage. He blamed his commanders for cowardice, his soldiers for weakness, and his enemies for conspiracy. In his mind, defeat was impossible, therefore, anyone who spoke of it was a traitor. In December 1942, when Manstein's Army Group Dom launched its attempt to relieve the Sixth Army, Hitler saw it as vindication. "You see," he told his aides, "the Führer's faith is rewarded." But when the relief effort failed, stopped by Soviet armor and the brutal cold, he refused to admit defeat. Instead, he ordered Paulus to hold his position and wait for reinforcements that would never come. The rift between Hitler and his generals widened into an open wound. The High Command, once bound by loyalty, now whispered in corridors and exchanged glances of despair. Even Manstein, one of Hitler's most trusted strategists, began to question the sanity of his leader. "He no longer listens to reason," he confided. "He is fighting ghosts." Meanwhile, the men in the pocket, 265,000 soldiers, continued to die. Each passing day brought more frostbitten limbs, more starvation, more hopelessness. Their radios crackled with empty orders from Berlin, messages that spoke of faith and honor while the last of their ammunition ran dry. Some units fought until their rifles froze, others were wiped out in silence, buried beneath the snow. Still, Hitler refused to yield. His pride, his ideology, his belief in his own infallibility, all of it demanded that Stalingrad be held. "Surrender is forbidden," he shouted during one of his late-night conferences. "The Sixth Army will hold Stalingrad. The world will see that Germany does not bow." But the world saw something else instead, the death of German reason. From the ruins of Stalingrad came no victory, only the echo of futility. Even as Soviet artillery reduced the city to ashes, Hitler continued to demand reports of progress. He deluded himself into believing that the trapped army could still fight, that relief was coming, that destiny itself was on his side. His generals knew better, but they no longer had the power to resist. One by one, the men who might have saved the army fell silent, cowed by fear or stripped of command. By January 1943, the Sixth Army was finished. Paulus, once a loyal officer, now faced the truth that his leader could not, they had been abandoned. On January 31st, he surrendered what remained of his forces to the Soviets, ignoring Hitler's final order to fight to the last man. When Hitler received the news, he flew into a rage. He should have shot himself, he screamed. He has dishonored Germany. But it was not Paulus who had dishonored Germany, it was Hitler himself, through his blind, destructive obsession. The Battle of Stalingrad marked not only the physical defeat of Germany's finest army but also the spiritual death of Hitler's command. From that point forward, the war would no longer be fought with strategy but with stubborn faith, a faith that would drag his nation into ruin. His refusal to surrender, to accept reality, was not strength but madness disguised as willpower. The generals knew it. The soldiers knew it. Even the people of Germany, listening to his trembling voice on the radio, could feel it. The Führer's grip on reason had been lost, replaced by the desperate clutch of a man who could no longer distinguish victory from delusion. And as his armies withered in the snow, the myth of his infallibility withered with them. The noose of fate was tightening, slowly, inevitably. And though Hitler would not see it, every refusal, every no retreat, every denial of defeat only pulled it tighter. By the summer of 1943, the war on the Eastern Front had changed. The myth of German invincibility, built on the lightning victories of 1941, was gone, buried beneath the snow of Moscow and the rubble of Stalingrad. Yet still, Adolf Hitler refused to accept that the tide had turned. In his mind, one final offensive could restore everything, one last display of Blitzkrieg brilliance could reassert German supremacy and reverse the course of history. that final gamble would be Kursk. Situated between the German and Soviet front lines, the Kursk salient, a bulge in the Red Army's defensive line, became the focal point of Hitler's obsession. It was here that he believed the Wehrmacht could deliver a decisive blow, cutting off and annihilating the Soviet forces trapped within the bulge. The plan was codenamed Operation Citadel. To Hitler, Kursk was more than a battlefield, it was redemption. Stalingrad had been a humiliation, a wound to his pride and ideology. Kursk would heal it. He told his generals that the offensive would reclaim the initiative, that the German army would once again lead the war rather than react to it. This will be the turning point, he declared. After Kursk, the enemy will never recover. But Kursk was not the same as France in 1940, nor Russia in 1941. This was a new kind of war, one that Germany was no longer prepared to fight. The Soviets knew the attack was coming. Weeks before the Germans moved, Soviet intelligence had uncovered nearly every detail of Operation Citadel. Spy networks in Germany, radio intercepts, and reconnaissance flights revealed the German buildup along the front. Instead of being caught by surprise, as they had been so many times before, the Red Army was ready. Under the direction of Marshal Georgy Zhukov and Nikolai Vatutin, the Soviets transformed the Kursk salient into a fortress. They built thousands of miles of trenches, laid over 1 million landmines, and positioned vast numbers of artillery guns, anti-tank weapons, and reserves behind multiple defensive belts. Entire towns were turned into strongpoints. The Red Army had learned its lessons from 2 years of German invasion, and this time, they would not break. When the German offensive began on July 5, 1943, it opened with the roar of 3,000 tanks, 900,000 men, and 2,000 aircraft, the largest concentration of firepower the world had ever seen. Tiger and Panther tanks led the charge, symbols of German engineering and power, their thick armor gleaming in the sunlight. Behind them came waves of infantry, artillery, and mechanized columns. The earth shook as the German panzers rolled forward into the fields of Kursk and straight into a wall of steel. The Soviets had prepared for this moment. As the tanks advanced, they detonated the minefields that stretched for miles. The explosions tore through the German formations, throwing metal and men into the air. Soviet artillery opened fire from concealed positions, while anti-tank guns picked off vehicles one by one. German engineers, crawling under fire to clear the mines, were cut down by machine gun bursts. The sky above was a maelstrom of smoke and fire as the Luftwaffe clashed with the Soviet Air Force. The once dominant German pilots found themselves outnumbered, outflown, and outgunned. The Red Air Force, rebuilt and rearmed with new aircraft supplied by both Soviet factories and Allied aid, now challenged German control of the skies. For days, the battle raged with unimaginable ferocity. Near Prokhorovka, one of the defining clashes of the war unfolded, a massive tank engagement between the 2 SS Panzer Corps and the 5th Guards Tank Army. The fields erupted in chaos as 1,200 tanks collided at point-blank range. The air was thick with smoke and fire. Engines roared, shells screamed, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of steel. When the smoke cleared, the fields were littered with burning wrecks. The once proud German panzers, the core of Hitler's war machine, lay scattered and destroyed. Kursk had swallowed them whole. The Germans fought bravely, but it no longer mattered. For every tank they destroyed, the Soviets brought 2 more. For every German soldier who fell, another Soviet filled his place. The Blitzkrieg had reached its limit. Speed and surprise meant nothing against an enemy that had already prepared the battlefield months in advance. Within 10 days, Operation Citadel collapsed. The German spearheads were blunted, their fuel depleted, their losses staggering. Hitler, enraged and humiliated, called off the offensive. To make matters worse, the Soviets immediately counterattacked, launching their own offensives at Orel and Belgorod. Now it was the Red Army advancing, and the Germans falling back. Kursk had been intended as Germany's last great victory. Instead, it became the turning point of the Eastern Front, a defeat so massive that the Wehrmacht would never recover its offensive power. For the German soldiers who survived, Kursk was not just another battle, it was the moment they understood the truth. The war was lost. They saw it in the endless waves of Soviet armor, in the faces of their fallen comrades, in the silence of the radio after Hitler's last desperate orders. They realized that they were no longer fighting to win, they were fighting to delay the inevitable. In Berlin, Hitler's rage turned inward. He blamed his generals, his factories, his allies, anyone but himself. He refused to acknowledge that his obsession with perfection, his constant interference, and his refusal to adapt had doomed his army. But history had already passed its judgment. The Battle of Kursk was the largest tank battle ever fought, and it ended not with German triumph, but with German collapse. The momentum shifted irreversibly to the Soviet Union. From that point forward, the Red Army would push westward, through the smoking ruins of cities, through snow and mud and blood, all the way to Berlin. For Germany, Kursk was not just a defeat. It was the death rattle of the Blitzkrieg, the end of the illusion that Hitler's will could command the world. And as the last of the German tanks burned on the plains of Russia, the empire that had once conquered Europe began to grind to a halt. The machine was broken. The war had turned. The summer of 1943 ended with the echo of Kursk's defeat still ringing through the ranks of the Wehrmacht. What had begun 2 years earlier as the most ambitious military campaign in history was now collapsing under its own weight. The once victorious German army, the machine that had torn through Europe and crushed nations in weeks, was in retreat. Slowly, painfully, and irrevocably, the Germans began their long march westward. The defeat at Kursk had broken more than the army's strength, it had broken its spirit. The soldiers who survived the burning fields of Russia now carried something heavier than fatigue, the knowledge that the war could no longer be won. From the Baltic to the Black Sea, the Soviet juggernaut was on the move. The Red Army, now confident and battle-hardened, began its counteroffensives in force. Orel, Belgorod, and Kharkov fell in rapid succession. The German lines buckled under the pressure of the Soviet advance. Towns that had taken months to capture were lost in days. Soviet tanks, mass-produced, reliable, and endless, rolled westward in an unstoppable tide. The Wehrmacht, once the spearhead of conquest, had become a desperate force of survivors. Every withdrawal was called a repositioning, every retreat a tactical adjustment. But the truth could not be disguised. Germany was no longer advancing, it was running. The fate of the German army was now sealed, retreat or death. Across the Eastern Front, the Soviets struck relentlessly, never allowing the Germans to regroup. For every German division that managed to fall back, 2 more were surrounded or destroyed. Supply lines were severed by partisan attacks, while Soviet aircraft dominated the skies. The Luftwaffe, once the terror of Europe, was now crippled by fuel shortages and attrition. German columns, stranded and exposed, became easy targets for Soviet pilots who hunted them from dawn until dusk. The Caucasus oil fields, the lifeblood of Hitler's war machine, were lost. Without them, the Reich's vast engine of war began to seize. Every vehicle, every tank, every aircraft depended on oil that no longer flowed. German commanders begged for rationing, for priority allocations, but there was simply nothing left to give. What little fuel remained went to Hitler's pet projects, his V weapons, his secret jets, his fantasy of a miracle weapon that would somehow turn the war back in his favor. At the front, the men fought on with whatever they had. Tanks sat idle for lack of fuel, artillery guns fell silent for lack of shells, and soldiers marched barefoot through the mud, their uniforms in tatters. Hunger became as common as exhaustion, frostbite, as expected as death. The Wehrmacht was no longer an army of conquerors but of ghosts, dragged onward by orders that no longer made sense. Still, from his bunker, Hitler demanded more. Every loss was met with new decrees. "Hold the line," he shouted. "Stand firm. There will be no retreat." His obsession with the illusion of control grew as his armies disintegrated. His generals, the last remnants of reason within the Reich, tried to explain the reality, that the front was collapsing, that their forces were trapped and cut off, that to hold was to die. But Hitler, ensnared by his own delusions, saw retreat as treason. The rift between Hitler and his generals became a chasm. The once disciplined command structure of the German military now functioned through fear. Officers who spoke the truth were dismissed or arrested. Field marshals who suggested withdrawal were branded as defeatists. Manstein, Guderian, Rundstedt, men who had built the Blitzkrieg, now found themselves arguing with a man who no longer understood war. The Soviets, meanwhile, had learned the lessons of 1941 and 1942. Their offensives were no longer reckless charges but calculated, coordinated operations. They struck where the Germans were weakest, encircling and annihilating entire corps. The once fearsome German panzers, deprived of air support and fuel, were torn apart by waves of T-34s and Soviet artillery. By early 1944, the German retreat had become a rout. Ukraine and Belarus were liberated after years of brutal occupation. The Red Army advanced across the Dnieper River and pressed into Poland, bringing the front line closer to the Reich than ever before. For the first time, German soldiers began to whisper the word they had once thought unthinkable: defeat. The propaganda in Berlin told a different story, of course. Goebbels' broadcasts spoke of strategic realignments and temporary setbacks. Posters still proclaimed their seed word uncertain: victory will be ours. But no one believed it anymore. The silence of the front spoke louder than the radio. In the field, the collapse of morale was total. Soldiers fought because there was no alternative. Desertion was punishable by death, surrender was unthinkable. Yet more and more men began to choose both. Units vanished into the forests, their officers left behind. Others surrendered en masse to the Soviets, preferring captivity to the certainty of dying in the snow. Behind them, the land burned. As they retreated, German troops carried out a scorched earth policy, destroying bridges, factories, and railways to deny them to the Soviets. Villages were set ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. But the destruction only slowed the Soviet advance for days, never weeks. The Red Army moved forward with the inevitability of the tide, its will forged in fire and vengeance. By mid-1944, the noose around the German army had tightened beyond escape. What had once been an empire stretching from France to the Volga was now a shrinking battlefield. The dream of Lebensraum, of a greater German empire in the east, lay buried beneath millions of graves. In every retreat, every shattered column, every desperate last stand, the same realization spread: the war was lost. But still, the orders came: hold, fight, die. The soldiers obeyed, not out of faith in victory, but out of fear, duty, and the inability to imagine anything else. The inevitable collapse had begun. From Kursk to Kiev, from the Black Sea to the Baltic, the Red Army advanced relentlessly. The German lines, once drawn in confidence, now shrank with each passing week. The Reich that had sought to enslave a continent was now fighting for its own existence. And in the endless white of the Eastern Front, one truth became undeniable: the conqueror had become the conquered. The hunter had become the hunted. The noose was tightening, and there was no one left to loosen it. The summer of 1944 dawned not with the confident thunder of German offensives, but with the roar of Soviet artillery, a sound that heralded a new era in the war. The Soviet Union, once on the brink of annihilation, had transformed itself into a war machine of terrifying strength. Its factories, relocated deep beyond the Urals, were now producing tanks, aircraft, and guns in numbers the Germans could no longer hope to match. Its people, hardened by 3 years of suffering and vengeance, were united in one purpose: to drive the invader from their homeland, and then to keep driving, all the way to Berlin. The Red Army's summer offensives of 1943 and 1944 marked the turning point of the Eastern Front, the moment when the balance of power shifted forever. After the disaster at Kursk, the Germans no longer held the initiative. They had lost their best officers, their best machines, and their aura of invincibility. The war that had once been fought on Soviet soil was now becoming a war of German survival. The first great blow came with Operation Barbarossa, launched in June 1944. It was a masterpiece of deception, planning, and scale. While Hitler obsessed over the Allied landings in France, believing the decisive battle of the war was in the West, the Soviets struck with overwhelming force in the East. For Soviet fronts, more than 2 million men, 4,000 tanks, and 24,000 guns descended upon Army Group Center in Belarus. The German defenses crumbled almost immediately. Soviet intelligence had pinpointed every weakness in the German line. The Red Army broke through at multiple points, encircling entire divisions before they could even react. Within days, the once formidable Army Group Center had ceased to exist. German soldiers fled in panic, abandoning their equipment and wounded. Towns like Vitebsk, Orsha, and Mogilev fell in quick succession. By July, the Red Army had reached Minsk, the heart of German operations in the region, and surrounded it completely. The destruction was absolute. In just 2 weeks, more than 300,000 German troops were killed, captured, or missing. The roads were littered with burning trucks, shattered panzers, and the corpses of men who had once believed themselves conquerors. German officers compared it to Stalingrad in the open field. But unlike Stalingrad, this time the disaster was not confined to one city. It stretched across an entire front. Everywhere the Soviets advanced, the German defenses disintegrated. The Red Army's strength was not merely in numbers, it was in momentum. Years of planning and rebuilding had given the Soviets an unbreakable rhythm. Mechanized columns surged forward day and night, crossing rivers and forests at a pace the Germans could not comprehend. The air above the battlefield belonged entirely to the Soviet Air Force, which bombed retreating German convoys without mercy. For the first time, the German soldiers began to feel what their enemies had felt in 1941: the horror of being hunted, encircled, and crushed. In city after city, the red banner was raised once more. Kiev, Odessa, Smolensk, and Sevastopol, names that had once symbolized German triumph, now became milestones in a Soviet march of revenge. The people greeted their liberators with tears and disbelief, emerging from cellars and ruins to embrace soldiers who looked as worn and scarred as themselves. For the Germans, the war was now a nightmare of collapse. The Wehrmacht, depleted and demoralized, could no longer hold its positions. Supply lines were severed, communication broke down, and coordination vanished. Units were ordered to hold cities long after they had been surrounded. Orders arrived too late or not at all. Entire battalions disappeared without trace into the forests of Belarus and Ukraine. Hitler's response to this catastrophe was not reason but obsession. He forbade withdrawals, insisting that every inch of ground be defended to the last man, not one step back. He repeated the same words Stalin had once used in desperation, but now spoken by a man blind to reality. He refused to allow his generals to maneuver or regroup, insisting on static defense in a war that now demanded flexibility. The generals, those who still dared to speak the truth, were horrified. They saw the front collapsing not because their soldiers lacked courage, but because their leader refused to face the truth. The old hands, men like Manstein and Guderian, were dismissed or ignored, replaced by fanatics and yes-men. Orders became incoherent, strategies shifted by the hour. The once proud German command system had devolved into chaos. As the Soviets advanced, the German morale disintegrated. Soldiers who had once marched proudly beneath banners of victory now trudged through the mud with hollow eyes, retreating through territory they had once claimed as their own. They passed the ruins of towns they had destroyed, the graves of comrades left behind, and the faces of civilians who now looked at them not with fear, but hatred. By the end of the summer, the Red Army had advanced hundreds of miles, pushing deep into Poland and the Baltic states. The front that had once stretched near Moscow now lay perilously close to Germany's own borders. The very lands Hitler had promised as Lebensraum, living space for the Reich, were now the route of his destruction. In Berlin, propaganda continued to scream of heroic resistance and inevitable victory. But the lies rang hollow even to those who told them. Reports from the front spoke of armies without fuel, divisions without ammunition, and soldiers fighting with borrowed weapons. Germany's great Eastern Empire, its Ostland, its colonies, its dreams of a new racial order, was vanishing under the boots of Soviet soldiers. Every town lost, every road abandoned, every mile surrendered marked the slow strangulation of a once mighty empire. And still, Hitler refused to see. He raged in his headquarters, drawing imaginary lines on maps, demanding counterattacks from armies that no longer existed. He could not grasp that the war was lost, that his 1,000-year Reich was burning away before his eyes. For the men at the front, there was no longer any illusion. They were not fighting for victory. They were fighting to survive long enough to reach the West, to surrender to the Americans or the British rather than the Soviets. But the Soviet summer offensive had made one thing certain: there would be no escape. The Red Army was coming, and nothing, not ideology, not orders, not faith, could stop it now. The once proud German war machine was collapsing under its own weight, grinding itself to dust on the same soil it had come to conquer. The tide had turned completely. The hunters of 1941 were now the hunted of 1944. And the noose, drawn tight in the east, was beginning to close around Germany itself. The city of Kiev, with its golden domes and centuries of history, had already known the full weight of war. It had fallen to the Germans in 1941, a symbol of their early triumphs. But by 1943, that triumph was long forgotten. The same city that once marked the apex of German conquest would now become a monument to their decline, a battlefield soaked in the blood of men sacrificed to Hitler's obsession. After the crushing defeat at Kursk, the Wehrmacht was in retreat. The Soviet counteroffensives had shattered the illusion of control. Yet in Hitler's mind, one lost city could turn the tide. One victory, one symbolic act of defiance could restore the crumbling myth of the Reich's power. That city was Kiev. Kiev was more than a dot on the map. It was the gateway to Ukraine, the heart of the eastern territories Hitler still dreamed of dominating. To lose it, he declared, was unthinkable. Kiev must be retaken, he ordered. The German flag will fly again over the Dnieper. His generals, weary and beaten, knew it was madness. But no one dared oppose him. In the summer and autumn of 1943, Hitler demanded a counteroffensive to reclaim the city. The Sixth Army, reconstituted after its destruction at Stalingrad, was thrown back into the inferno. Alongside it marched the remnants of the 4th Panzer Army and Army Group South, now little more than shadows of their former strength. Exhausted, undersupplied, and hopelessly outnumbered, They moved toward the Dnieper once more, the same river that had already witnessed so many of their dead. What followed was not strategy, but sacrifice. The Soviets had anticipated the move. Under Marshal Zhukov, the Red Army had fortified the approaches to Kiev, turning the banks of the Dnieper into killing grounds. Trenches ran for miles, bunkers and gun emplacements bristled with artillery, and minefields stretched across every approach. Soviet snipers and machine gunners waited in the ruins, watching as the Germans advanced once more into the slaughter. The urban warfare that followed was brutal beyond description. The city itself became a labyrinth of death, streets reduced to rubble, buildings turned into fortresses. German infantry fought from room to room, floor to floor, often coming face to face with Soviet soldiers in stairwells and basements. Grenades and flamethrowers turned homes into infernos. The air was thick with smoke, ash, and the stench of death. Every block of Kiev was contested, every meter of ground paid for in blood. But this time, it was not the Soviets who faltered, it was the Germans. For every street they gained, they lost 2 more. The Red Army, now masters of defensive warfare, absorbed every blow and struck back with overwhelming force. Soviet artillery pounded the German lines day and night, shattering tanks and burying men alive beneath the rubble. T-34s rolled through the streets, firing point-blank into buildings where German soldiers hid. The fighting was not for victory anymore, it was for survival. By November 1943, the German counteroffensive had failed completely. Kiev remained in Soviet hands. What little progress the Germans made came at the cost of tens of thousands of lives. Units that had survived Stalingrad and Kursk were annihilated in the ruins of Ukraine's capital. Hitler had demanded victory regardless of cost, and he got what he demanded. The cost was everything. The generals knew it. Manstein, one of Germany's last strategic minds, warned that continuing the offensive would only hasten collapse. "We are bleeding to death," he told Hitler. "Every man we lose here is one we will never replace." But Hitler, blinded by pride, accused him of defeatism. He saw the loss of Kiev as a personal insult, not a military inevitability. "We will retake what is ours," he shouted. "If the army fails, then it does not deserve to live." The soldiers, meanwhile, could no longer understand what they were fighting for. They trudged through the mud and the ruins, burying comrades who had died for a city they knew could not be held. Letters home grew bitter, hopeless. "We are being thrown into the fire," one soldier wrote. Not for victory, but for the Führer's madness. The waste was staggering. The German army, already strained to breaking point, poured its remaining reserves into a battle that achieved nothing. Tanks were destroyed faster than they could be replaced. Ammunition ran out. Food vanished. Divisions that had once numbered 15,000 men now barely fielded 5. And for what? Kiev remained Soviet. The red flag still flew above its shattered skyline. As winter returned, the Germans withdrew once more, their numbers thinned, their morale shattered. The Soviet advance resumed almost immediately, driving them west across the Dnieper. For the first time, the front lines crossed into territory that Germany had once considered secure. In Berlin, Hitler's rage turned inward again. He ranted about betrayal, about cowardice, about fate conspiring against him. But deep down, even he must have known, the war in the East was lost. The hubris that had driven him to invade the Soviet Union had now destroyed the very army that had once seemed unstoppable. The battle for Kiev was not just another defeat. It was a funeral for German ambition in the East. The price of arrogance had been paid in full, in blood, in lives, in the slow unraveling of an empire that could no longer sustain itself. For the Soviets, Kiev was more than a victory, it was vindication. the city that had suffered under occupation now stood free again, its liberation a symbol of what was to come. For the Germans, it was a warning written in ruins: the tide would never turn again. The war that had begun with dreams of domination was now nothing but a retreat into darkness. And as the fires of Kiev burned against the winter sky, the price of hubris glowed brighter than ever, a light of destruction that marked the path to the Reich's inevitable fall. By the beginning of 1944, the German army was fighting a war that no longer had purpose, only momentum. What had once been the most disciplined and feared military force in the world was now crumbling under the unbearable weight of its own defeat. The Wehrmacht, stretched thin across thousands of miles, was bleeding to death on the frozen soil it had once sworn to conquer. The collapse of the German Sixth Army was the most bitter reminder of that failure. Reformed after its annihilation at Stalingrad, the new Sixth Army was sent once more to the Eastern Front, this time to hold the line in southern Ukraine. But history, it seemed, was determined to repeat itself. In early 1944, during the Soviet offensive near Korsun, Cherkasy, the army was encircled again. Cut off from reinforcements, trapped by overwhelming Soviet forces, they fought in the mud and snow for weeks before attempting a desperate breakout. Few survived. Thousands were captured, thousands more lay frozen in the fields, their bodies mingled with the wreckage of tanks and horses alike. For the German soldiers who witnessed it, it was as if the shadow of Stalingrad had returned to haunt them, a grim reminder that every new beginning in Hitler's war ended the same way: defeat, encirclement, and death. The officers, once loyal to the Führer beyond question, now began to doubt. They had watched too many of their men die for meaningless orders, too many battles fought for symbolic victory that led only to ruin. In private, they whispered of betrayal, not from the enemy, but from Hitler himself. The man who had promised them triumph had led them into annihilation. Among the highest ranks of command, thoughts once unthinkable began to take root: defection, negotiation, even assassination. Field marshals and generals, men who had sworn personal oaths of loyalty to Hitler, began to wonder if that loyalty was the very disease killing Germany. Their conversations grew cautious, veiled, but the question was spreading like fire through dry grass: what if the Führer was the enemy now? Meanwhile, on the front lines, the soldiers bore the psychological toll of endless war. The fatigue was not just physical, it was spiritual. They fought without faith, without belief, without the illusions that had once sustained them. Every retreat eroded their confidence, every loss hollowed their pride. Some fought out of duty, others out of fear, and many simply because they had no choice. Letters home spoke of despair. "We no longer believe in victory," one corporal wrote from the front. "We only believe in surviving the next day." Another, sent by a lieutenant, was never delivered: "We are dying for a dream that no longer exists." Back in Germany, the civilians were beginning to feel the same collapse of faith. Once enthralled by Hitler's charisma, they now whispered doubts in private. The endless stream of propaganda, the triumphant newsreels, the speeches promising final victory, the posters showing smiling soldiers and tanks that no longer existed, had lost its power. People could see the truth in the faces of the wounded returning from the front, in the empty chairs at their tables, in the black uniforms of the officers who came to deliver death notices. Yet the Ministry of Propaganda, under Joseph Goebbels, only grew louder as the lies became thinner. Each new defeat was rebranded as a tactical withdrawal. Every Soviet advance was dismissed as temporary. Even as entire cities fell, Kiev, Kharkov, Odessa, the broadcasts spoke of heroic resistance and unshakable morale. But the people were no longer listening. The Iron Cross, once a symbol of courage and honor, now felt like an insult, a metal pin to men who were being sent to die for nothing. Soldiers joked grimly that the award was given for surviving another week. the disillusionment within the ranks was total. Officers and men alike began to question the purpose of it all. They no longer saw glory in the Reich, only the endless funerals of comrades. Units deserted. Commanders falsified reports to hide losses or to avoid the wrath of Hitler's headquarters. Entire divisions were renamed to mask their destruction. At the same time, German propaganda reached grotesque extremes. Newspapers spoke of miracle weapons that would soon turn the tide: jet fighters, rockets, super tanks. Hitler clung to these fantasies like a drowning man grasping at shadows. He told his generals that one last effort would change everything, that Germany's destiny was unbreakable. But on the front lines, no one believed in miracles anymore. The soldiers no longer looked to Berlin for hope. They looked to the ground beneath their feet, to the snow and mud that swallowed their comrades. They looked to the east, where the Soviet artillery never stopped. They looked to the west, where the Allies were landing in France. And they saw only one future: a war closing in from both sides, a Reich collapsing inward like a dying star. The Führer's aura of invincibility had faded. In its place was fear, fear of his rages, his punishments, his desperate commands. He demanded loyalty even as he betrayed those who served him. Generals who spoke the truth were dismissed. Officers who retreated to save their men were executed. Every day, Hitler retreated further into delusion, dragging his empire with him. By late 1944, the German army was no longer a coherent force. It was a patchwork of shattered units and half-train replacements. Its veterans were dead or captured, its youth were dying before they learned how to fight. The line between soldier and victim had blurred. And through it all, the propaganda continued, as if words could drown out the sound of collapse. Berlin spoke of courage and honor, while in the trenches, men spoke of hunger and death. The Iron Cross, once a badge of valor, had become a relic of a dying faith. And so the army that had marched into Russia as a symbol of order and discipline was now disintegrating, body and soul. Its weapons still fired, its officers still gave orders, but the fire behind those eyes, the belief that they fought for something greater, had gone out. The breaking point had come not just on the battlefield, but within the hearts of men. They were no longer fighting for victory. They were fighting to wake from the nightmare, or not wake at all. By the dawn of 1945, the Third Reich stood on the edge of extinction. What had once been proclaimed as a 1,000-year empire was dying after barely 12. The dream that had begun with fire and triumph, parades through conquered cities, banners flying beneath the Iron Cross, now ended in ashes, silence, and ruin. Across the vast continent that Hitler had sought to dominate, Germany's enemies were closing in. From the east came the Soviets, their vengeance forged in the ruins of Stalingrad and the snows of Moscow. From the west, the Allies advanced relentlessly through France and the Low Countries, liberating cities that had once cowered under the swastika. The two great tides of war, red and gray, were beginning to meet, and between them stood a broken nation. Inside Germany, the truth could no longer be hidden. The lies of victory had collapsed under the sound of distant artillery. Once proud cities now lay in rubble, once hopeful families now lived in fear. The people who had once cheered Hitler's speeches in the squares now huddled in cellars, clutching what little they had left. Civilians, who had believed in the promise of glory, now faced a reality they could no longer deny: the empire was dying, and with it, everything they had been told to believe. The Soviets, relentless and merciless, pressed westward through Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, destroying what remained of the German army as they came. To them, this was not merely a campaign of conquest, it was retribution. Every village burned by the Wehrmacht, every atrocity committed by the SS, every death in the siege of Leningrad was being repaid in kind. The Red Army advanced with fire in its heart, its soldiers carving a path of vengeance across the ruins of the Reich. Meanwhile, from the west, American, British, and Canadian troops crossed the Rhine, breaking through the last of Germany's western defenses. Cities like Aachen, Cologne, and Nuremberg fell one by one. The Allies bombed Berlin day and night, their planes turning entire districts to dust. The once proud German capital, the center of Hitler's empire, was now a city of shadows, its skyline lit only by the glow of fires and flak bursts. Inside his underground bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, Adolf Hitler sat surrounded by maps that no longer matched reality. His empire had collapsed, but his delusions had not. He still issued orders to divisions that no longer existed, still imagined counterattacks from armies that had long since been destroyed. He spoke of miracle weapons, of secret armies, of faith and destiny, but even his closest followers could hear the hollow echo in his voice. The Führer's bunker had become both a tomb and a stage. Around him, the last remnants of the Nazi leadership pretended to believe, nodding obediently as he ranted about betrayal and vengeance. Outside, the walls of Berlin trembled with every Soviet artillery barrage. Food was scarce. The air smelled of dust and gasoline. The once mighty Reich had been reduced to this, a man hiding underground, clinging to fantasies while the world he built burned above him. For the German generals, the realization had come long before. They no longer fought for victory, they fought for time. Some hoped to surrender to the Western Allies rather than the Soviets. Others simply wanted to delay the inevitable, to save what little remained of their men. They knew that the war was lost, but the machinery of destruction, orders, discipline, and fear, kept grinding forward. The German people, too, were awakening from their long nightmare. They saw the ruins of their cities, the endless funerals, the hunger, and the fear. They heard the whispers of what their leaders had done in the name of empire, the camps, the executions, the millions murdered in the East. And in that revelation, the myth of Nazi superiority crumbled. The ideology that had promised greatness had delivered only suffering. Everywhere, there was a sense of inevitable ending. The factories no longer produced weapons but coffins. The railways carried refugees instead of troops. Children too young to understand the politics of war now wore uniforms 2 sizes too big, handed rifles and told to defend a dream already dead. By April 1945, the Red Army had reached Berlin. The Soviet artillery pounded the city without pause, each explosion marking another heartbeat of the dying Reich. The German army, fragmented and leaderless, fought on among the ruins, boys from the Hitler Youth, old men from the Volkssturm, remnants of once great divisions reduced to a handful of survivors. They fought not for ideology anymore, but for instinct, for the desperate human refusal to surrender completely. In the bunker, Hitler's world finally collapsed. On April 30th, he ended his life with the same delusional conviction that had defined it, still believing that fate had betrayed him rather than that he had betrayed a nation. Around him, his ministers and generals followed suit, taking poison or turning their guns on themselves. Above them, the Soviet troops closed in on the Reich Chancellery, raising the red flag over the smoldering city. The Third Reich was no more. Across Europe, silence began to replace the thunder of war. The Soviets and Western Allies met at the Elbe River, shaking hands amid the wreckage of Germany's armies. The war in the East, the bloodiest in human history, was finally ending. But victory came not with joy, only with exhaustion and grief. For the survivors, soldiers and civilians alike, the end brought no triumph. There were no parades, no songs. Only a hollow relief, a disbelief that they were still alive in a world that had burned everything around them. The empire that was supposed to last 1,000 years had died before a generation had passed. The turning of the tide was complete. The ideology that had promised order brought chaos, the empire that had promised greatness left only ruins. Nazi Germany, born in fire, ended in silence, its banners torn, its leader dead, its people broken. And as the smoke of Berlin drifted into the spring sky, the world looked upon the wreckage and saw the truth. The empire had failed, not just in battle, but in morality, humanity, and soul. What began as a dream of dominance had ended as a warning written in blood across the pages of history. The Third Reich was gone. But the shadow it cast would linger for generations to come. The final act of the Eastern Front began not with words, but with thunder. In the early months of 1945, as the last winter of the war fell over Europe, the Soviet artillery unleashed a storm that shook the frozen plains from the Vistula to the Oder. The shells fell so thick and fast that night and day became indistinguishable, a single, endless roar of fire and steel. The sky itself seemed to tremble. German officers described it as a world collapsing in sound. For the soldiers trapped in the ruins of East Prussia and Poland, it was as if the earth had opened beneath them. The ground shuddered, the air burned, and everything solid, walls, trenches, bodies, melted into chaos. Those who survived the first barrage stumbled through a landscape that no longer existed. The forests were gone, the towns erased. The front line was a graveyard of frozen mud and shattered men. The Red Army was coming, millions strong, driven by vengeance and momentum. For 4 long years, they had clawed their way from the ruins of Moscow and Stalingrad, and now the prize lay before them, Berlin, the heart of the Reich. Their orders were simple: destroy everything that stood between them and victory. The German positions crumbled almost immediately. What remained of the Wehrmacht and the Volkssturm, old men and boys, many armed with little more than rifles from another war, stood no chance against the Soviet avalanche. Entire regiments were obliterated before they could even fire a shot. Soviet tanks rolled forward across the frozen rivers, their tracks grinding over corpses and wreckage. Encirclements became routine. Divisions vanished overnight, swallowed by the advancing Red Army. The survivors of these pockets fought on with makeshift weapons, knives, shovels, bayonets, anything they could hold. Ammunition had run out weeks ago. Fuel was gone. Food was gone. But the orders from Berlin remained unchanged: no retreat. No surrender. In the frozen ruins of Königsberg, a young corporal fought beside an old farmer armed with a hunting rifle. Both knew the truth: they were already dead men. They fought not for victory, but for delay, to buy one more day for a homeland already lost. Around them, Soviet shells turned the city into dust, and yet they kept firing, because stopping meant facing the inevitable. The cold itself had become another enemy. Temperatures plunged below -30 degrees Celsius. The rivers frozen to glass, reflecting the flashes of the bombardment like veins of lightning. Wounded soldiers froze where they fell, their cries fading as ice crept into their lungs. The snow muffled the sounds of death, leaving only silence after each barrage, a silence so vast it seemed to swallow the world. In that silence, the men began to hear things. Some swore they could hear the voices of the dead, comrades calling from the darkness, mothers whispering their names. Others simply went mad, muttering prayers to gods who no longer listened. The ice and the fire, the noise and the stillness, it was all too much. The Eastern Front had ceased to be a place of war, it had become a mechanism of extinction. The Soviet advance was relentless. They did not pause, did not hesitate. Behind every tank came another, behind every wave of infantry another regiment. It was not just the Red Army moving westward, it was history itself, sweeping away the last remnants of an empire that had once dared to claim immortality. In the command bunkers, the German officers received their orders from Hitler's headquarters. "Hold your ground," the Führer demanded. The the Soviet offensive will falter. Reinforcements are coming. But there were no reinforcements. The divisions he spoke of existed only on paper. The truth was plain to everyone but the man giving the orders: the war was lost, and all that remained was the ritual of destruction. The Soviet artillery never stopped. For every step the Germans took backward, 10 shells fell in their wake. For every trench held for an hour, another was obliterated. By February, the Soviet armies had crossed into German soil itself. Villages that had flown the swastika now flew the red flag. The invaders had become the invaded. In the shattered remnants of East Prussia, the civilians suffered the same fate as the soldiers. The bombardment showed no mercy, nor did the Soviet soldiers who followed it. The war had stripped away humanity on both sides. All that remained was retribution. The German lines finally broke completely along the Oder River, the last natural barrier before Berlin. Thousands of survivors fled westward, a tide of starving, frostbitten men and civilians moving through snow and fire. They looked over their shoulders at the horizon glowing red with the light of burning cities. The cries beneath the ice, the last shouts of the dying, the last prayers of the hopeless, faded into silence. For the first time, the Germans were fighting not to win, but to die with dignity. Their war, their empire, their ideology, all of it was collapsing under the weight of its own cruelty. The inevitability of defeat hung in the frozen air. Every man knew it. Every officer knew it. Even the Führer, buried in his bunker far to the west, must have felt the walls closing in. As the Soviet tanks pushed across the rivers, as their banners rose higher, a single truth echoed across the wasteland of the Eastern Front. The war that began in arrogance would end in annihilation. The empire that had promised glory would drown in its own ruin. And beneath the endless snow, in the stillness after the shellfire, only the cries beneath the ice remained, the voices of a lost army, fading into history. Inside the frozen ruins of Stalingrad, what remained of the German Sixth Army was dying. Once the pride of the Wehrmacht, it had been reduced to a scattered collection of starving, frostbitten men, too weak to fight, too cold to move, too broken to hope. The city they had come to conquer was now their tomb. The streets were silent except for the wind howling through shattered windows, the faint crack of distant gunfire, and the whisper of Morse code, the final heartbeat of an army on the edge of extinction. In a dimly lit basement near the city center, General Friedrich Paulus sat hunched over a radio transmitter, his face pale beneath the flickering light of a dying bulb. Around him, his staff worked in silence. The walls were cracked, the air heavy with the stench of fuel smoke and rot. Outside, the snow fell endlessly, covering the ruins of what had once been the Volga's proudest city. The situation was hopeless, and everyone in the room knew it. The Soviets had closed the ring completely. No supplies had reached them for weeks. The dead outnumbered the living. Ammunition was gone, food was gone, and even hope, that last rations of the human spirit, had run out. Yet the orders from Berlin still came: hold Stalingrad. Victory or death. Those words had echoed through the radio so many times that they had lost all meaning. The men at the front no longer believed in victory, and death had already become a companion, not a threat. Still, Hitler demanded defiance, as though defiance could warm frozen bodies or feed starving soldiers. Now, as the Soviets stormed the final German positions, Paulus prepared to send his last message. It was to be his final report to headquarters, a transmission not of command, but of farewell. He spoke slowly, his voice hollow, the words of a man who had already surrendered in spirit. To the Führer. The Sixth Army can no longer hold its position. The troops are without food or ammunition. The wounded cannot be cared for. The end is near. Request permission to surrender to avoid further pointless loss of life. His adjutant hesitated before passing the note to the radio operator, a boy barely 20 years old. The operator's hands trembled as he translated the message into code, the soft clicks of the key echoing through the bunker. Around them, the walls shook from another Soviet bombardment. Dust rained down from the ceiling. When the message was complete, the operator looked up. His eyes were wet. "Sir," he whispered, "they'll never answer." Paulus nodded. He already knew. In Berlin, Hitler sat in his command room surrounded by maps that no longer reflected reality. When the transmission reached him, his reaction was one of fury, not sorrow. "Surrender," he spat. "No German field marshal has ever surrendered." And in a final act of cruelty, he promoted Paulus that very night to Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus, a title meant not as honor, but as a death sentence. The message sent back to Stalingrad was short and cold. There is no permission to surrender. The Sixth Army will stand fast. The world is watching. But the world was not watching, the world had already moved on. Only the snow bore witness now, and it bore witness in silence. When the reply arrived, Paulus didn't speak. He simply stared at the telegram in his hands, the words blurring in the dim light. Around him, his officers waited for an order that would never come. Outside, the last German strongholds were falling, one after another, swallowed by the Red Army's advance. Finally, Paulus rose from his chair. "Transmit the report," he said softly. "Then shut it down." The radio operator hesitated, then nodded. His voice broke as he began the transmission, a sequence of dots and dashes that carried across the frozen air, across the ruins, across the end of everything. As the signal reached Berlin, a distant thunder rolled through the city. The Soviets had begun shelling their final positions. Halfway through the transmission, the power flickered. The hum of the generator stuttered, coughed, and died. The operator hit the key again and again, desperate to finish. But the signal was gone. The line had gone dead. In that moment, communication between Stalingrad and the Reich ceased forever. No orders. No answers. No rescue. Only the silence of defeat. For the men who remained, it was strangely peaceful. There was no more pretending, no more waiting. The war, at least for them, was over. Paulus removed his gloves, his hands trembling from cold and exhaustion. "So it ends," he murmured. No one replied. When the Soviets entered the bunker hours later, they found him seated at the table, his cap beside him, his pistol untouched. The once proud Field Marshal of Germany rose, saluted, and surrendered. Back in Berlin, Hitler refused to believe it. "Paulus has betrayed me," he snarled. He should have killed himself. But Paulus had already done the one thing that Hitler could never do. He had faced reality. The last telegram of the Sixth Army had not been a call for help. It had been a requiem for the men, for the army, for the empire that had sent them to die in the snow. When the Soviets carried the captured documents from Stalingrad, one message lay atop the pile, stamped in red, transmitted, 213. No further response. The line was dead. The army was dead. And the Reich was dying. Beneath the shattered skeletons of Stalingrad's buildings, in cellars choked with dust and cold air, the dying gathered. They called them hospitals, but there was no healing here, only waiting. The walls were cracked, the ceilings half collapsed, and the corridors stank of rot and blood. Candle stubs, their wax mixed with grime, gave off the only light, flickering weakly against the darkness. The moans of the wounded rose and fell like the tide, a sound too familiar to notice anymore. Men lay in rows on the frozen floor, their bodies wrapped in rags and blankets torn from curtains. The ground beneath them was hard as stone, the air thick with the smell of fuel and infection. They did not dream of rescue, they no longer spoke of victory. They only waited for the end to come, quietly and without fanfare. The surgeons, those few who remained, worked with hands so numb from cold they could barely grip their instruments. Their scalpels were dull, their supplies gone. There was no morphine, no disinfectant, no clean bandages. They cut and stitched in silence, their faces lit by trembling candlelight, their breath fogging the air. When the light flickered out, they kept working by touch alone. A young doctor leaned over a soldier whose leg had been shredded by shrapnel. "Hold him," he whispered to an orderly. There was no anesthesia, no comfort. The soldier bit down on a strip of leather as the knife came down. His scream echoed off the stone, then faded into the endless chorus of suffering. When it was over, the doctor slumped beside him, staring at the stump with empty eyes. "You'll live," he said, though both of them knew it was a lie. The wounded whispered apologies instead of prayers. Some asked forgiveness from men they had killed, others from wives and children who would never see them again. A few simply muttered to themselves, voices cracked and fading. One man, a boy really, no more than 19, clutched a frozen photograph of his family and repeated a single word over and over, "Heimat. Heimat, home." His voice grew weaker with each breath until the word became a sigh and the sigh became silence. Hunger was as deadly as any bullet. The rations had run out long ago. Soldiers ate snow to quiet the gnawing in their stomachs. Some scraped soot from the walls and swallowed it to feel full. A few, delirious from starvation, spoke of food as if it were a memory from another life: bread, soup, apples, words that no longer had meaning. The rats were the only living creatures that thrived. Fat and unafraid, they moved among the wounded, nibbling at discarded bandages, crawling over the dead. The men no longer chased them away. Some even spoke to them, quietly, gently, as though to old companions. "You'll live longer than us," one soldier murmured to a rat sitting on his chest. It only blinked at him before disappearing into the dark. Outside, the Soviet artillery continued its unending rhythm. Each explosion sent dust raining from the ceiling, snuffing out candles and making the wounded flinch. No one screamed anymore. There was nothing left inside them to give. The sound of falling shells had become part of the silence, the heartbeat of a dying city. The doctors began to keep no records. There was no point. They buried the dead in the snow outside or stacked them in corners when the ground was too frozen to dig. Every morning, the living woke beside the frozen bodies of men who had stopped breathing in the night. "He's gone," someone would say, and the others would nod without looking. Occasionally, an officer would visit from above, stepping over the wounded with boots still clean from headquarters. He would speak of orders, of duty, of holding the line. The men barely listened. They stared past him with dull, glassy eyes. His words floated in the air for a moment, then vanished like breath in the cold. One night, a Soviet shell struck the building above one of the makeshift wards. The ceiling groaned, then collapsed in a cloud of dust and stone. The candles went out, and for a long moment there was nothing but darkness and the muffled cries of the trapped. When the dust settled, the doctor's voice could be heard from somewhere in the debris: "Leave me. Save them." But there was no one left strong enough to dig. By morning, the snow had begun to fall through the hole in the roof, covering the wounded and the dead alike in a soft white shroud. It looked, for a moment, almost peaceful. In one corner, a soldier with bandaged eyes whispered to no one, "Tell my mother I didn't run. Tell her I stayed." No one answered. The Hospital of Shadows was not a place of healing, it was a place where the war came to rest, where men lingered between life and death, between memory and silence. When the Soviets finally reached the cellars, they found only bodies, frozen, still, and strangely serene. The candles had long since burned out. The last traces of life had vanished into the frost. Above ground, the banners of victory were already being raised. But below, in those dark, forgotten rooms, the true cost of war lay in rows, nameless, faceless, beyond saving. The empire had fallen. The soldiers were gone. And all that remained beneath the ruins were the whispers of the dying, fading into the cold. In the depths of Stalingrad, as January 1943 drew to a close, the last days of the German Sixth Army unfolded in near silence. The guns that had thundered for months had grown still. The air was filled not with the sound of battle, but with the faint hum of dying engines, the creak of collapsing walls, and the whispered prayers of men who no longer believed in salvation. The once proud army that had marched east in triumph was gone, reduced to a mass of skeletons in uniform, starving, freezing, and broken. For them, the war was already over. Only one man still carried the burden of command, Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus, a man torn between obedience and conscience, between loyalty to his Führer and the unbearable truth before his eyes. From his headquarters, a shattered department store basement buried beneath layers of rubble, Paulus received what would be Hitler's final order to him. Surrender is forbidden. The Sixth Army will fight to the last man. You will hold Stalingrad. There must be no capitulation. The message came with another chilling addition: no German field marshal has ever been taken alive. The meaning was clear. Hitler had promoted Paulus to field marshal not as a reward, but as a command to die. The title was an execution order written in ceremony. Paulus was expected to choose suicide over surrender, to die as proof of his loyalty. But what was loyalty, when all that remained were starving men and frozen corpses? Paulus sat for hours at his desk, staring at the telegram in front of him. Around him, the last of his officers stood in silence, too weak to speak, too numb to feel. Outside, the Soviet artillery continued to pound the city, each explosion shaking the ground like the heartbeat of a dying beast. The Volga, once a river of life, was now a sheet of ice glistening beneath a gray, endless sky. The moral weight pressed down upon him. To obey meant extinction, the death of every soldier still alive under his command. To disobey meant betrayal, not only of Hitler, but of the very code by which he had lived his entire military life. For Paulus, obedience had been a religion. Discipline, hierarchy, and faith in command were the pillars upon which he had built his identity. But here, at the end of the world, those pillars were crumbling. His adjutant spoke softly, "Herr Feldmarschall, the men can't hold another day. There's nothing left." Paulus didn't answer. He looked at the faces around him, faces that had once believed in the Reich, in victory, in him. Now they looked like ghosts. He saw their eyes, hollow, pleading, resigned. These were not soldiers anymore. They were human beings, stripped of uniform and purpose, clinging to life because instinct demanded it. He knew then what he had to do. "Enough," he said quietly. "It ends here." The order to cease fire was given not with the shout of command, but with a whisper. The radios that had once carried the fury of war now transmitted silence. Across the ruins of Stalingrad, German soldiers laid down their weapons. Some wept. Others simply stared into the snow. A few, unable to accept the surrender, shot themselves where they stood. But most were too weak even for that. At 7:45 a.m. on January 31, 1943, Paulus surrendered the southern pocket of Stalingrad to the Soviets. The last message sent from his headquarters read simply: "The Sixth Army has fulfilled its duty to the last. Long live Germany." The irony was bitter. There was no Germany left worth living for. When Soviet soldiers entered the bunker, they found Paulus sitting calmly at his desk. His cap was neatly placed beside him, his uniform immaculate despite the ruin around him. He stood, saluted, and surrendered without a word. His pistol lay on the table untouched. One of the Soviet officers asked him, "Do you not know the Führer's order?" Paulus replied quietly, "I know it. I have chosen to save the lives that remain." Those words were more than defiance. They were liberation, a small act of rebellion born too late, but one that still mattered. In that moment, Paulus broke the chain of blind obedience that had bound the German army to its destruction. In Berlin, when the news reached Hitler, he exploded in rage. Paulus should have shot himself like a true soldier, he screamed. "He has betrayed me, betrayed Germany." But it was Hitler who had betrayed them all, his soldiers, his generals, his nation. Paulus had simply chosen not to follow him into madness. Outside the city, as the surviving remnants of the Sixth Army were led into captivity, the men moved like shadows through the snow. Many would not survive the march. Those who did would carry the memory of Stalingrad like a wound that never healed, the moment where faith turned to dust, and obedience turned to death. In the end, Paulus's defiance was not heroic in the traditional sense. It was weary, reluctant, almost silent. But it was the first human act he had made in months, the act of a man who had finally looked beyond orders and seen the cost of them. He did not die a martyr to the Reich. He lived as its witness. And as he stepped out into the gray morning light, surrounded by the ruins of a city that had consumed an empire, the last echo of Hitler's command, "No surrender, no retreat," faded into the cold. The end came not with an explosion, but with a silence so vast it felt unnatural. After 5 months of fighting, of starvation, frost, and endless bombardment, the guns of Stalingrad finally stopped. The smoke cleared from the ruins, the air settled, and the city, what was left of it, seemed to take a long, shuddering breath. It was over. The Soviet troops, grim and exhausted, moved through the wreckage like ghosts. Their uniforms were torn and blackened, their faces hard from the cold and from everything they had seen. They had fought street by street, room by room, basement by basement, until there was nothing left to destroy. Now they advanced not as conquerors, but as witnesses to what the world looked like after it had ended. The German soldiers, those who still lived, emerged from the ruins in silence. They were no longer soldiers, just men, hollow-eyed, frostbitten, and starved beyond recognition. Their once proud uniforms hung in tatters. Rifles slipped from their hands, falling softly into the snow. Weapons that had once symbolized power and domination were now nothing more than empty metal, useless in the stillness that followed annihilation. One by one, they surrendered. A Soviet sergeant described it later. They came out of the ruins like shadows. They did not raise their hands. They simply looked at us, as if asking what they were supposed to do next. There were no cheers, no cries of victory. Only the crunch of boots in the snow, the distant hiss of wind through broken windows, and the occasional echo of a collapsing wall. The city itself seemed to exhale, a long, weary sigh after months of suffocation. The Sixth Army, once the pride of the Wehrmacht, the symbol of German might, was gone. Of the 265,000 men who had entered the Stalingrad pocket, fewer than 90,000 remained alive. And of those, only 5,000 would ever see their homes again. The rest would vanish into Soviet captivity, their bodies and names erased by frost, disease, and time. For the soldiers on both sides, the end brought no joy. There was no triumph, no redemption. Only exhaustion. The Soviets had won, but what they stood in now was not victory, it was devastation. The ground beneath them was a graveyard, the air still carried the stench of smoke and death. Entire districts of Stalingrad had ceased to exist, reduced to piles of brick and twisted iron. Snow began to fall again, soft, almost gentle, as if the sky itself wanted to hide what had been done. It covered the dead where they lay, the frozen bodies of men who had fought to the last bullet, the last breath, the last heartbeat. The snow covered their faces, their wounds, their insignia, leveling them all, German and Soviet alike, into silence. For months, the Volga River had run red with blood and oil. Now, under the ice, it flowed quietly again. The guns were still, the voices gone. What remained was stillness, the kind that follows after all possible noise has been made. In the command post of the Soviet 62nd Army, General Vasily Chukov stood amid the wreckage of his office and stared out at the city he had defended. He said nothing. His adjutant handed him a cigarette, and together they watched the snow drift across the ruins. After a long while, Chukov murmured, "We held the city." But even in victory, his voice carried no pride, only fatigue. On the other side of the battlefield, Field Marshal Paulus, now a prisoner, sat in silence in a Soviet interrogation room. His hands shook as he tried to light a cigarette. The man who had once commanded hundreds of thousands now commanded nothing. In his eyes there was no defiance, no courage, only emptiness. The last thing he heard from the outside world before his capture was the distant sound of the final artillery barrage fading into the snow. When the Soviets raised their flag over the last German stronghold, it did not flap in triumph. The wind was too still. The flag hung heavy, like a shroud. The capitulation of Stalingrad was more than a military surrender, it was the moment the illusion of invincibility died. The empire that had sought to conquer the world had been brought to its knees by hunger, cold, and a people who refused to break. And yet, even in this ending, there was no peace. Only the bleak serenity that comes after ruin, when there is nothing left to fight for and no one left to save. The snow continued to fall, covering the dead, the trenches, the burned-out tanks. It covered the last traces of footprints, the last fragments of uniforms, the last remnants of dreams. By nightfall, the battlefield was white again. The city was silent. The war, at least here, was over. But beneath the stillness, beneath the ice and ashes, the memory of Stalingrad would never sleep. It would linger, not as a story of victory, but as a warning written in frost and blood. When the guns of Stalingrad fell silent, the war did not end for those who had survived. It only changed shape. For the 265,000 men of the German Sixth Army, surrender did not mean salvation, it meant a new kind of torment. The living were gathered from the ruins, pulled from cellars and basements, from holes in the ice and piles of rubble. Their faces were hollow, their eyes sunken and without color. They no longer resembled soldiers, they were shadows wearing uniforms. The Soviet soldiers, hardened by years of slaughter and loss, regarded them with a strange mixture of contempt and exhaustion. To them, these men were not heroes or even enemies anymore, they were simply the consequence of war. There was no celebration, no pity. Orders were given in curt voices, rifles were raised to herd the prisoners into columns, and the march began. Eastward. Toward the vast, frozen interior of the Soviet Union. The road stretched endlessly across the white wasteland. The snow came down in sheets, erasing the horizon. Men stumbled forward, their boots torn, their feet bleeding. Some wrapped rags around their legs, others marched barefoot through the snow, each step leaving a faint trail of red. The wind cut through their rags and uniforms like knives. It was not a wind meant for the living. The Soviet guards marched alongside them, their expressions unreadable, their rifles slung casually over their shoulders. They had seen too much to feel hatred now. Most were silent, staring straight ahead. Occasionally, A prisoner who fell and refused to rise would be left behind, swallowed by the snow, forgotten before the next step. The column never stopped. Hunger became a torment greater than the cold. There was little food, sometimes a crust of bread thrown from a truck, sometimes nothing at all. The men scavenged along the road, frozen horse flesh, bark stripped from trees, snow melted in cupped hands. Some gnawed on their own belts. Others whispered about eating the dead. They walked like ghosts, driven forward by the instinct to move, because stopping meant death. One soldier kept a record in a torn notebook until his fingers froze too stiff to write. Day 5. No food. I can't feel my feet. They've turned black. I dream of warmth. I dream of my mother. They say we will reach the camp soon. No one believes it. Frostbite spread like a plague. Fingers turned to stone, ears and noses fell away in sleep. Men woke up screaming as their skin cracked and bled. The snow beneath the marchers turned gray and brown with their blood. The weak collapsed, one by one, and the column moved on without them. By the time night came, the road was lined with bodies, frozen where they had fallen, arms outstretched as though trying to rise one last time. For the Soviet guards, this was justice. For the prisoners, it was eternity. They had invaded this land in arrogance, burning villages, enslaving its people, believing themselves invincible. Now, they were the captives, the conquered. The same roads they had once marched in triumph they now trudged in chains. The irony was bitter, but few were capable of thought anymore. The cold had stripped them of everything, pride, memory, even identity. They no longer spoke of Hitler or the Reich. They no longer cursed or prayed. They only whispered one word, passed from mouth to mouth like a dying breath. Heimat. Home. But home was thousands of miles away, across rivers, forests, and the graves of millions. Each night, when the march halted, the men huddled together in ruined barns or holes dug in the snow. They shared what warmth their bodies could give, listening to the groans of the dying around them. The moans would fade one by one, replaced by the soft hiss of wind over the snowdrifts. In the morning, they would rise and march again, leaving behind another layer of frozen comrades. Some tried to keep count of the days, marking the passage of time with scratches on tin cups or pieces of wood. But soon, even time lost meaning. Day and night blurred into one long, frozen twilight. The world had become a white void, an endless corridor of cold and silence. When they finally reached the train depots, the survivors were packed into freight cars, dozens of men in each, without food, without heat. The doors were sealed. The air grew thin. The frost crept in through the cracks. Some prayed for the journey to end, others prayed for it never to. Of the 265,000 men taken prisoner, fewer than 6,000 would live to see Germany again. The rest would vanish into the labor camps of Siberia, dying of exhaustion, starvation, or disease. Their names would fade from the records, their families receiving nothing but silence. Years later, one survivor would recall, "We did not walk to captivity. We walked into memory, into the part of history where no one returns." The Soviets, for their part, did not look back. The war was not over. They still had cities to liberate, enemies to crush, revenge to complete. The columns of prisoners fading into the snow were just another chapter in a story written in blood. And so they marched on, thousands of broken men swallowed by winter, their footsteps fading beneath the wind. The snow fell heavier, erasing their path, their faces, their names. By spring, the road was clean again. The land had buried them, as it had buried so many before. The world would remember the Battle of Stalingrad, the generals, the victory. but it would forget the prisoners of winter, those who walked into the white void and never returned. Only the silence of the steppe, the endless, frozen horizon, keeps their memory. When the battle ended and the guns went silent, the snow kept falling, soft, relentless, endless. It covered the ruins of Stalingrad, the wrecked tanks, the scattered helmets, and the frozen bodies of men who had once believed themselves immortal. For months, the city lay buried in white silence, a mausoleum for an army that no longer existed. When the Soviet soldiers began their work of clearing the ruins, they found more than weapons and bones. In the pockets of dead Germans, beneath the ashes of burned-out trucks, and inside the cellars that had served as their final shelters, they discovered letters, hundreds of them. Some were folded neatly, others smeared with blood or snow, their words barely legible. They were never sent. They were never meant to be read. Some were written on military stationery, others on scraps of map paper or torn packaging. Many began the same way, Mein Liebst, my dearest. Some were addressed to mothers, others to wives, children, or friends left behind in towns that no longer existed. A few had no names at all, only a desperate scrawl, "To whoever finds this, tell them I tried." The Soviet soldiers who gathered them did so quietly. Even in victory, there was something sacred about these pages. They were not trophies. They were fragments of humanity, left behind by men who had come as conquerors and died as ghosts. The letters spoke of hunger, fear, and regret. One read, "We thought this would be over quickly. They told us the Russians would run. But they do not run. They stay and die, and we die with them. I have seen things I cannot forget. Tell my son not to believe in glory. Tell him war is only cold and dust." Another, found in a soldier's breast pocket, still stained with blood. "Mother, forgive me. We burned villages. We took what was not ours. I thought it was for Germany, for the future. Now I see only children's faces in the snow. I wish I could come home and tell you I am sorry." A third, written in a trembling hand. "I no longer feel my feet. The snow is inside me now. If you receive this, it means I lived. If you don't, then I am still here, somewhere beneath the ice." Many of the letters ended abruptly, a line unfinished, a sentence cut off. The ink trailed away, frozen mid-word. The Soviet archivists collected them, sealing them in bundles. For years, they lay forgotten in dusty folders, buried in military archives in Moscow and Volgograd. Only decades later would historians begin to study them, opening envelopes that had waited through time and silence to be read. When the papers were unfolded, the faint smell of smoke and cold still clung to them, as if the air of Stalingrad itself had been trapped inside. Reading them was like hearing voices through the snow, voices of the lost, speaking across generations. They were not the voices of villains or heroes, but of men. Men who had come from bakeries, factories, farms, who had once laughed, once dreamed, once believed they would go home. One historian described them perfectly. Each letter is a heartbeat trapped in ice. They died, but their words survived, frozen in time, untouched by the noise of victory or defeat. Through these letters, the world glimpsed what war had erased, the quiet humanity that still beat beneath the machinery of death. These men had fought for a monstrous cause, but in their final moments, ideology dissolved. What remained were the universal truths: fear, love, sorrow, the yearning to be remembered. Among the recovered letters was one that stood apart. It was addressed not to a person, but to time itself. If someone reads this, know that I was once alive. I walked this earth. I had dreams. I was not only a soldier. Please, do not let us disappear. That plea, fragile, simple, and eternal, became the silent legacy of Stalingrad. When the historians finally published these letters decades later, people wept. The world had long known the statistics, the numbers of dead, the maps of battles, but not the voices. These words pierced through the decades like light through fog, transforming a mountain of history into something human, something unbearably intimate. The men who wrote them never saw their homes again. Their families never received the letters. But their words, carried across time, reached beyond the grave. They became the echoes in the snow, the last whispers of those who had vanished beneath the frost, preserved in paper and ink like frozen tears. In the ruins of Stalingrad today, the winter wind still moves through the hollow shells of buildings. Visitors say that when the snow falls heavy enough, it seems to whisper, as though the city is breathing again, murmuring the words left behind by the dead. If you listen closely, you can almost hear them, the faint, fading voices of men who once dreamed of life, calling softly across the years. The war ended for Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus not in glory, but in silence. The once proud commander of the German Sixth Army, the man who had led hundreds of thousands into the inferno of Stalingrad, now sat in a small, dimly lit room somewhere deep inside the Soviet Union. The snow fell softly outside his window, muffling the world in quiet white. Inside, the air was still, heavy with memory. For the first time in years, Paulus was warm. The Soviets had given him a wool coat, hot soup, a bed with sheets. The warmth, once a comfort, now felt wrong, almost like an accusation. He could not stop thinking of his men, the ones still frozen beneath the ruins of Stalingrad, buried in snow and silence. He could still see their faces, gaunt and hollow, their eyes searching as for hope he could not give. Now he sat here, alive, fed, clean, a prisoner, yes, but breathing. And he hated it. Every sound seemed too soft after the thunder of artillery, every kindness too sharp after the cruelty of war. Even the interrogations, held in comfortable rooms with tea and cigarettes, felt surreal. His captors were polite, almost gentle. They asked questions not about tactics, but about Hitler, about the German High Command, about the future of the Reich. Paulus answered carefully, mechanically. He spoke the way a man speaks who no longer knows what he believes. When the first reports of Hitler's rage reached him, he said nothing. He had expected it. Paulus has betrayed Germany, the Führer had declared. He has disgraced the honor of the uniform. He should have shot himself like a true soldier. Berlin radio repeated those words endlessly, branding him a coward, a traitor, the man who had doomed Stalingrad. Posters in German cities painted him as a symbol of shame. The same propaganda machine that had once celebrated his victories now devoured his name. Paulus listened in silence as the interpreter translated the broadcasts for him. He did not protest. The truth was simpler, he had not surrendered out of courage, or cowardice, or defiance. He had surrendered because there was nothing left to fight for. Because his men had become skeletons in tattered coats, dying for an empire that had already collapsed. Now, in captivity, he began to ask himself questions he had never dared to before. How had obedience become sin? How had discipline become damnation? How had a nation so proud, so full of promise, turned itself into a graveyard? The answers came slowly, like ghosts from the past. He remembered the orders he had followed without question, the villages burned, the civilians executed, the prisoners left to starve. He had told himself it was duty. That a soldier's role was not to think, but to obey. That loyalty was the highest virtue. But now, sitting in the quiet, surrounded by the wreckage of his obedience, he saw what that loyalty had cost. He had obeyed his Führer to the end, and in doing so, had led 250,000 men to their deaths. Paulus spent hours staring into a small mirror fixed above the wash basin in his quarters. The man who looked back at him was not the one who had marched east in 1941, not the crisp, proud officer of the Reich, but an old man, gray before his time, with hollow eyes that no longer held conviction. His reflection seemed to ask a question he could not answer: when did you stop being a soldier and become an accomplice? In the months that followed, Soviet officials began to treat him as something more than a prisoner. They invited him to discussions, lectures, even propaganda broadcasts. They wanted him to denounce Hitler, to call for the German army to lay down its arms. For weeks, he refused. He was still a soldier, bound by an oath, even if that oath now lay in ashes. But then, news came from Germany. The Allies had landed in Normandy, the Soviets were at the gates of Warsaw, and Berlin was preparing for its own destruction. Hitler ranted about miracles that would never come. The Reich was dying, but still it demanded loyalty. Paulus finally understood. In a statement recorded for the Soviet press, he spoke quietly, almost mournfully. The Führer is destroying Germany. He leads it not to victory, but to ruin. The true loyalty now is to peace, to survival. It was not defiance. It was confession. The man who had once built his life on obedience was now haunted by the realization that obedience itself had been the crime. At night, Paulus lay awake in his narrow bed, unable to sleep. The dreams came: endless marches through snow, voices calling from the ruins, the sound of wind over frozen corpses. In the darkness, he would whisper to himself, "I followed orders. I did my duty." But the words no longer comforted him. They sounded hollow, like the echoes of artillery fading over a dead city. He lived for 12 more years after Stalingrad, long enough to see the Germany he had fought for divided and defeated, long enough to realize that the empire he had served had never truly existed, only the illusion of it. And when he died, it was said that his last words were soft and weary, a reflection spoken not to history, but to his own conscience. "I was loyal, and in that, I was lost." His reflection, long silent, gave no reply. The news came quietly at first, a whisper through the streets, a headline carefully worded in the newspapers, a brief announcement on the radio. The heroic Sixth Army has fallen at Stalingrad. No details. No numbers. No truth. In Germany, the words were spoken in monotone voices, wrapped in patriotic language. The people were told that the soldiers had died as heroes, that their sacrifice had ensured the survival of the Reich. The official broadcasts praised their unbreakable spirit. But beneath the polished speeches and martial music, the truth hung like a weight in the air. The empire had suffered a defeat so vast, so total, that it could no longer be hidden. For the first time, the German people felt the tremor of something that had never touched them before: fear. The defeat at Stalingrad shattered the illusion of invincibility. For years, the Reich had promised endless victories: Paris, Warsaw, Oslo, Athens, Kiev. The map had seemed to turn black beneath the swastika. The war, they were told, was destiny. It was ordained. But now, for the first time, the tide had turned, and the myth began to crack. Mothers listened to the radio with hands trembling around photographs of sons who had vanished into the east. The messages from the Ministry of Propaganda said that every soldier had fought to the last bullet. But the silence from the front said otherwise. There were no letters. No telegrams. Only absence. In living rooms and kitchens, the name Stalingrad became a word spoken softly, like a prayer or a curse. Families gathered around kitchen tables, their faces lit by the dull glow of radios, listening for something that might still sound like hope. But hope no longer came. In Berlin, the atmosphere turned from triumph to tension. The once proud marches, the parades of flags and songs, gave way to whispers and stares. The posters of Hitler, which once adorned every wall, began to look less like symbols of glory and more like masks hiding a lie. The speeches grew louder, the promises more desperate. The Führer's voice, once commanding and magnetic, now sounded brittle, a man shouting into the wind, insisting on faith no one still felt. Behind the closed doors of apartments, people spoke cautiously. Some still clung to belief. The Führer will turn it around, they said, he has before. Others, their faith extinguished, whispered the truth only to themselves: Germany was losing. The government tried to bury the scale of the disaster. Newspapers were forbidden from printing casualty figures. Photographs of the dead were censored. The names of the missing were delayed, sometimes for months. But the truth did not need to be spoken, it lived in the faces of those who received black-edged telegrams, in the sight of mothers fainting at the postman's knock, in the empty desks at schools and factories. The church bells that once rang for victory now tolled for the dead. The factories kept working, the trains kept moving, but the spirit of the nation had changed. The illusion of total victory, so carefully crafted, so powerfully sold, had begun to crumble. Even those who still believed in Hitler began to question him. His promises of destiny, of divine mission, now seemed grotesque against the reality of starvation, air raids, and funerals. One woman, writing in her diary in February 1943, captured the mood that spread through the Reich. They told us our sons were invincible. They told us the Führer would never lead us to ruin. But now, the streets are filled with silence. I saw a mother screaming at a portrait of Hitler today. No one stopped her. In public, despair was forbidden. But in private, it grew like a quiet disease. As the Soviet victory became undeniable, even the most loyal officers in the army began to wonder what future remained. The defeat at Stalingrad was more than a military loss, it was the collapse of belief itself. The soldiers had been told that courage and obedience would bring triumph. But courage had brought only graves, and obedience had brought ruin. Hitler's inner circle worked feverishly to maintain the illusion. Goebbels, ever the manipulator, declared that the tragedy of Stalingrad would be Germany's greatest inspiration. He called for total war, every man, woman, and child to devote themselves to the Reich's survival. His speeches echoed through the radio, filled with fire and conviction. But behind that fire lay panic. Because everyone knew what Stalingrad meant. It meant that the dream of empire, of an eternal Reich stretching from the Atlantic to the Urals, was finished. The Eastern Front, once the gateway to conquest, was now a corridor of retreat. The once invincible Wehrmacht was bleeding to death. And still, Hitler raged. In his headquarters, he refused to acknowledge the scale of the loss. He blamed the generals, the weather, fate, anyone but himself. "We will rise again," he said. Stalingrad is not the end. But the men around him could see the truth written in his eyes. His empire was collapsing, and all his fury could not hold it together. Across Germany, people began to wake from the spell that had bound them for a decade. They saw the ruins of their cities, the empty store shelves, the endless funerals. They began to whisper of an end that could no longer be denied. The Reich, once a monument to power and control, was now a ruin of the mind and the spirit. And through the quiet streets of Berlin, as snow fell over the bombed buildings, a single word seemed to hang in the air, a word no one dared speak aloud, but everyone felt. Why? The empire that had promised greatness had led them to hunger, grief, and ashes. The ruins of empire were not just the buildings destroyed by bombs, but the faith destroyed by truth. And beneath that truth, buried deep in the silence, something new began to stir, not hope, not yet, but the faint realization that obedience had been the mistake. The myth had fallen. The Reich was dying. and all that remained was the grief of those who had believed. Even after the surrender at Stalingrad, the war did not stop. The guns still fired, the tanks still roared, and soldiers still marched, but something vital had broken. The Third Reich, once consumed by the fever of conquest, was now sustained only by denial. The victory speeches continued. The orders kept coming. But behind every command, behind every shout of "hold the line," and "victory will come," there was an unspoken truth that no one dared admit aloud: the war was already lost. The Soviet advance that began at Stalingrad did not pause. It rolled forward like an avalanche, devouring every inch of ground the Germans had once claimed. Entire cities, Kharkov, Kiev, Smolensk, Minsk, were retaken one after another. Each Soviet victory erased a line on Hitler's maps, each red banner raised another wound to his pride. The Eastern Front, once the proud frontier of the Empire's destiny, had become a slow, grinding retreat through fire and ruin. The Wehrmacht, once the mightiest army in Europe, fought on, not with hope, but with habit. Generals who had once believed in the vision of a new Europe now fought merely to delay the inevitable. The soldiers still obeyed orders, but their eyes were empty, their faith gone. The supply lines had collapsed, fuel was scarce, and the Luftwaffe could no longer protect them. Each winter brought new defeats, each spring fewer reinforcements. And through it all, Hitler refused to see reality. In his fortified headquarters, he ranted at his generals, waving his hands over maps that no longer mattered. "The Soviets are exhausted," he would shout. "Their losses are greater than ours. They will break before we do." But even as he spoke, his empire was crumbling at its edges. His armies were encircled, his cities bombed, his people starving. He refused to retreat, to negotiate, to acknowledge that Stalingrad had been the hinge on which the war had turned. For the men at the front, Stalingrad was more than a defeat, it was a revelation. It had shown that Germany could bleed, that the Reich could fail, that the Führer could be wrong. The myth of invincibility that had carried them through the early years of the war was gone forever. In its place grew something heavier, quieter, the understanding that all the death and destruction, all the years of sacrifice, had led only to this, a slow, relentless collapse. The Soviets, fueled by vengeance and resolve, pressed forward without mercy. What began as defense had become retribution. The Red Army's flags now flew where German banners once did. Entire villages cheered their arrival, though many of those villages were nothing but ashes. The war that Germany had unleashed now consumed it in return. The propaganda machine in Berlin worked harder than ever. Goebbels declared that Stalingrad had been a symbol of heroic endurance, that its fall would inspire the nation to greater sacrifice. But the words sounded hollow against the roar of Allied bombers overhead and the wail of air raid sirens echoing through the night. The people no longer believed. They saw the truth in the rubble around them, in the faces of widows, in the black smoke rising from their cities. Stalingrad had done what no other battle could, it had broken the illusion. It proved that no ideology, no machine, no empire built on lies could stand forever. The war would continue, yes, but it would do so only as an act of inertia, death continuing to move forward because no one knew how to stop it. For Hitler, Stalingrad became an obsession. He could not speak of it without rage. It was a wound that never healed, a reminder of the limits of his power. He replaced competent generals with fanatics, convinced that faith alone could win battles. He demanded counteroffensives from armies that no longer existed. He spoke of miracle weapons, of final victories, of vengeance. But each of his fantasies was crushed beneath the reality of Soviet artillery. The legacy of Stalingrad was written not only in the ruined city on the Volga but in the hearts of everyone who had lived through it. For the Germans, it was a moment of reckoning, the point where loyalty became guilt, and obedience turned into a curse. For the Soviets, it was a symbol of endurance, proof that no force, however powerful, could extinguish their will to survive. For the world, Stalingrad became the dividing line between ambition and consequence, between ideology and humanity. It showed that wars of domination end not in triumph, but in desolation, that every empire which seeks to rule through fear will one day drown in it. As the war dragged on, the German lines grew thinner, their armies smaller, their cause emptier. The Reich still commanded millions, but it no longer had a soul. Every town lost, every soldier killed, every retreat whispered the same truth: Stalingrad was the beginning of the end. By 1945, the Soviets were in Berlin. The city that had once ruled Europe was now surrounded, just as Stalingrad had been. The circle had closed. History, it seemed, had a cruel symmetry: the conquerors had become the besieged. When the red flag was finally raised over the Reichstag, it was not just the end of a war. It was the fulfillment of Stalingrad's prophecy, that tyranny consumes itself, that arrogance destroys its maker, and that the fires lit by conquest always burn back toward home. The legacy of Stalingrad was not victory or defeat. It was the reminder that the greatest battles are not fought for land, but for the soul of humanity, and that once that soul is lost, no amount of power can ever bring it back. The war went on until there was nothing left to destroy. And when it finally ended, Stalingrad remained, not just a city, but a warning carved in ice and blood. The war had continued. But the war had already been lost. The war had moved on, but for the survivors of Stalingrad, time had stopped. They were no longer soldiers, only remnants, men carried eastward by the slow, indifferent machinery of vengeance. The once mighty Sixth Army, which had stormed across the steppe in triumph 2 years earlier, was now a column of frostbitten, starved, and hollow souls, marching toward a horizon they could no longer imagine. The march began in silence. There were no drums, no flags, no words of farewell. Only the shuffle of boots through snow and the creak of frozen leather. The Soviet guards, wrapped in thick coats and furs, walked alongside them, rifles slung low, faces unreadable. To the victors, these men were not prisoners of war, they were ghosts of an empire that had tried to erase their world. As the columns stretched across the white wasteland, the contrast between the two armies was stark. The Germans, emaciated and hollow-eyed, stumbled under the weight of their own defeat. The Soviets, hardened by years of loss, marched with grim purpose, every step a small act of retribution. The men who had once come to conquer the East were now returning as captives, retracing their steps in the opposite direction, west to east, glory to oblivion. The cold was merciless. The wind cut through rags and skin alike, peeling away what little life remained in their bodies. Frostbite claimed fingers, noses, ears. Men fell in the snow and did not rise again. Those beside them did not stop, they simply adjusted their pace and kept walking. There was no room for grief. The snow covered the fallen within hours, leaving only faint mounds to mark where they had fallen. Hunger gnawed at their insides. Their stomachs had long since forgotten what fullness felt like. The Soviets gave them bread, hard as stone, and thin soup that tasted of ash. Some ate snow to stay alive, others chewed on leather straps, pretending it was food. When a horse collapsed along the march, it was stripped to the bone within minutes. Even the guards looked away. As the days stretched into weeks, the psychological toll began to show. Some men muttered to themselves, repeating prayers or names that no one else understood. Others marched in silence, staring at the horizon as if expecting it to answer. A few still clung to their old faith, in the Führer, in destiny, in some phantom idea of honor, but even those beliefs faded with each passing mile. They had come to Stalingrad as conquerors, filled with certainty and arrogance, believing themselves the masters of Europe. Now, trudging eastward as prisoners, they finally saw the scale of their own delusion. The Soviet resilience that had once seemed impossible now surrounded them on every side, in the soldiers who marched beside them, in the women repairing the roads they had destroyed, in the cities rising again from ashes. For the first time, the Germans understood that they had fought not against an army, but against a nation that refused to die. The memories of Stalingrad haunted every step. Some still saw it when they closed their eyes, the frozen streets, the collapsed buildings, the endless bodies. They could still hear the sound of the Volga cracking beneath the cold, the voices of the dying whispering for water, the cries that never stopped. The city lived inside them, not as a place, but as a wound that would never heal. At night, when they stopped to rest, the survivors huddled together for warmth, speaking in low voices. They did not speak of victory or defeat, only of home. Of mothers, wives, children. Of meals and songs and sunlight. One man, his voice barely a whisper, said, "When we left for the East, we thought we were bringing civilization. Now I think we were the ones who were lost." No one answered. There was nothing left to say. When the columns reached the camps, the gates closed behind them with a sound like final judgment. The men who survived the march were greeted by barracks filled with straw and cold air, by guards who treated them not as prisoners, but as debts to be repaid. Some lived for months, others for years, sustained only by the faint hope of one day returning home. Most did not. For those who did return, years later, long after the war had ended, the world they found was unrecognizable. Their homes were gone, their families changed, their country divided. They had left as soldiers of a mighty empire and returned as witnesses to its ruin. One of them wrote later, "We marched east as believers and came back as shadows. In the snow, we left behind not only our dead, but our faith, in the Führer, in destiny, in ourselves." The return to the East was more than a journey of distance. It was a passage through guilt, through silence, through the slow unraveling of the human spirit. The survivors carried their memories like scars, invisible but unhealed. In the end, the snow buried the footprints of both conqueror and captive alike. The land was quiet again, as if nothing had happened, but beneath that quiet lay the memory of thousands who had walked into the white and never returned. They had set out to claim the East. Instead, the East claimed them. And in that endless white, the ghosts of the lost army still march, silent, unending, returning forever to the place where the dream of empire froze and died. The long march east ended not with salvation, but with barbed wire. The German prisoners, survivors of Stalingrad, of the endless snow and starvation, were herded through the gates of the Soviet prison camps like shadows crossing into another world. They no longer looked like soldiers. Their faces were hollow, their eyes dull, their bodies little more than bone and cloth. The proud eagles on their caps had been torn away, the once immaculate field gray of their uniforms reduced to rags. They had arrived at the edge of existence, stripped not only of weapons, but of identity. The Soviet guards, wrapped in heavy coats and armed with rifles, watched in silence. There was no pity in their eyes, no cruelty either, only the exhausted indifference of men who had seen too much death to feel anything more. For years they had watched their own comrades starve and burn, their cities bombed to ash. Now, seeing their former enemies in the same state, they felt only grim symmetry. The prisoners were lined up and counted. Those who could not stand were pulled to the side and loaded onto sleds. Many never reached the camps at all, they simply lay down in the snow and were swallowed by it. The rest shuffled forward, heads bowed, into a landscape of barbed wire, watchtowers, and barracks blackened by frost. Once inside, the ritual of humiliation began. They were ordered to strip off what was left of their uniforms, coats, boots, belts, medals. Everything was taken. The badges of rank that once defined them, the iron crosses, the silver eagles, the insignias of Hitler's mighty army, were pried from their collars and thrown into piles. Some men tried to hide their medals, but the guards found them easily. In the end, even the proudest stood naked in the cold, their bones trembling beneath gray skin. Then came the disinfection. Buckets of cold water were thrown over their bodies, their hair shaved to prevent lice. The air smelled of kerosene and rot. The prisoners were given threadbare clothes, Soviet issue, torn and mismatched, and sent to the barracks, where hundreds slept side by side on wooden bunks, pressed together for warmth. At night, the sounds of coughing and groaning filled the darkness. The air was heavy with the smell of unwashed bodies and sickness. Frost clung to the walls, glistening in the faint light of a single bulb. The weak lay still and quiet, afraid to move. The strong, what little strength remained, stared upward, their minds elsewhere, trying to remember a world that no longer existed. The interrogations began the next morning. The Soviets did not need torture, hunger and exhaustion did the work for them. The prisoners were questioned about their units, their commanders, their knowledge of Hitler's plans. Most had little to tell. They were too disoriented, too broken to remember. Those who resisted were left standing outside in the cold for hours, until their legs gave way. Others, too weak to endure another question, confessed to anything just to be left alone. But for many, interrogation was not the worst punishment. It was being forgotten. Some prisoners were simply abandoned in the camps, nameless, faceless men lost among thousands. There were no records, no correspondence, no hope of release. They labored from dawn until dusk, hauling logs, digging trenches, clearing roads buried in ice. The food was thin soup and black bread. Disease spread easily. A cough in the morning meant a funeral by nightfall. One Soviet officer, watching the new arrivals, wrote in his journal, "They look like men who have seen hell and now walk inside it. They do not fight. They do not cry. They only stare." The psychological collapse of the prisoners was as visible as their physical decay. The officers who had once preached discipline now sat in silence, their authority gone. They had no commands to give, no purpose left to serve. Some still whispered about Hitler, defending him as a misunderstood genius. Others cursed his name in the same breath as they prayed for death. One former captain, once decorated for bravery, told another prisoner, "We followed him to the edge of the world, and he pushed us over it." Then he laughed, a hollow, broken laugh that didn't sound human. Each man coped in his own way. Some clung to fragments of memory, the sound of church bells, the taste of bread, the face of a child. Others retreated into silence, staring at the frost patterns on the windows for hours. Time itself dissolved in the monotony of survival. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into years. The only measure of time was the changing of guards and the slow thinning of the ranks. The faces of the vanquished became the faces of ghosts. Their skin grew pale and translucent, their eyes sunken, their movements mechanical. They spoke in whispers, afraid of wasting the air. Every breath was an effort. Every dawn was a burden. Yet among them, a few still carried something inside, not hope, exactly, but a faint spark of defiance. When the Soviet officers lectured them on the crimes of the Reich, a few prisoners nodded in agreement. "Yes," one said. "We were blind. We deserve this." But most simply looked away, unable to reconcile their guilt with their suffering. The camps became mirrors, reflecting back to the Germans the horror they had once inflicted. The empire that had promised eternal glory had reduced its own soldiers to slaves in the land they had tried to conquer. Years later, when some of them finally returned home, their families did not recognize them. Their eyes were older than their faces, their voices quiet, their pride gone. They had looked into the abyss of their own making and seen what lay there, the end of empire, the ruin of obedience, the emptiness of faith. In photographs taken after their release, they stand together in groups, thin, unsmiling, anonymous. There are no medals, no banners, no songs. Only men who once believed they were gods, now reduced to mortals carrying the unbearable memory of what they had done and what they had lost. These were the faces of the vanquished, Not villains, not heroes, but the remnants of a nation that had devoured itself. And behind their eyes, in the quiet spaces where words could no longer reach, something eternal lingered, the echo of Stalingrad, the whisper of the snow, and the ghost of a war that refused to die. When the news of Stalingrad's fall reached Berlin, it arrived not as a thunderclap, but as a tremor, quiet, controlled, and heavily censored. The first announcements were short, wrapped in the usual phrases of sacrifice and glory. The Sixth Army has fought heroically to the last bullet. The nation honors their immortal courage. But behind the measured tone and the martial music on the radio, everyone could hear it, the crack in the voice of the Reich itself. For years, the German people had lived inside an illusion carefully crafted by propaganda, an empire of triumph, a nation without failure. Every victory was magnified, every defeat erased. They had seen the borders of their country expand across the continent and believed it would never end. But Stalingrad changed everything. The myth of invincibility died in the snow on the banks of the Volga, and the echo of that death reached Berlin. In the beginning, the state tried to mask the truth. Newspapers printed stories of strategic withdrawals and heroic last stands. But soon, even the lies couldn't hide the scale of the disaster. Families across Germany began receiving telegrams, thin, gray envelopes stamped with the Reich's eagle. Inside, a single sentence. Your son has fallen in the east. For some, the words came after months of silence, for others, they never came at all. There were too many dead, too many missing. 265,000 men had marched into Stalingrad. Barely a few thousand would return. The rest were gone, swallowed by frost, by hunger, by the long shadow of a war that no longer made sense. Mothers fainted at the sound of the postman's knock. Wives wept in doorways, clutching the telegrams as if warmth alone might bring their husbands back. Children asked when their fathers would return, and no one could answer. The illusion of victory, that shining promise Hitler had sold to his people, had turned to grief. The streets of Berlin, once alive with parades and flags, grew quiet. Shop windows stood dark during air raids, ration lines stretched longer each week, and the whispers began. People spoke softly, careful of who might be listening, but the words could not be contained. If the Führer lied about Stalingrad, what else has he lied about? For the first time, fear began to shift into doubt. The myth of the Wehrmacht, that sacred image of the unstoppable German soldier, began to crumble. Photographs smuggled back from the front showed men not as heroes, but as corpses in snow. Soldiers on leave returned with haunted eyes, their stories contradicting the propaganda reels shown in cinemas. They spoke of the cold, the hunger, the madness of a leader who demanded they die for a city that no longer existed. In the cafes and trains, people began to lower their voices when speaking the word Stalingrad. It had become a curse, the name of a wound that could not heal. Inside the Reich Chancellery, Hitler reacted with fury and denial. He refused to visit Berlin for weeks after the defeat. His speeches, once filled with confidence, became tirades against invisible enemies. He blamed his generals, his allies, even his soldiers, but never himself. Germany will rise from this, he shouted over the radio. The sacrifices at Stalingrad will bring ultimate victory. But no one believed him anymore. Goebbels, sensing the crumbling faith of the people, took to the airwaves with a new speech, one of desperation disguised as strength. Standing before a crowd at the Berlin Sportpalast, he shouted, "Do you want total war? Do you want it, if necessary, more total and radical than anything we can even imagine?" The crowd roared in response, but it was not conviction, it was fear, the sound of people trying to drown out their own despair. Beneath the surface, disillusionment spread like a quiet fire. The people had seen their empire reach its peak, now they watched it rot from within. Bombs began to fall on German cities, and every explosion felt like punishment. The Reich that had promised safety, order, and power was now delivering only death. The propaganda films still showed soldiers smiling, marching, and saluting under clear skies. But outside the cinemas, those same skies burned red with the glow of Allied air raids. The contrast was unbearable. The more the government spoke of triumph, the more hollow the words became. Ordinary Germans, once complicit in their silence, began to feel the weight of what had been done in their name. Stories of atrocities in the East filtered back through letters and rumor. People who had once cheered Hitler now turned his portrait to face the wall. In small towns, church bells that had once rung for victory now tolled for the dead. Whole generations were disappearing into the smoke of a war that could no longer be won. And through it all, the name Stalingrad remained, whispered in kitchens, in factory lines, in bomb shelters. It was not just a place anymore, it was a symbol, a haunting. The city's ruins became a mirror in which the German people saw their own. One Berlin woman, writing in her diary, captured the mood of the nation. We still have Hitler's voice, but it no longer fills the room. His words echo now, hollow, far away, as if he is shouting from a tomb. By the time the spring of 1943 arrived, the truth was clear to everyone, though few dared say it aloud. The Reich was bleeding to death. The invincible army was broken. And the faith that had built the empire was turning to ash. The echoes of Stalingrad reached into every home, every heart. They could be heard in the empty chairs, the folded letters, the quiet sobbing of mothers at night. It was the sound of a nation waking from its fever dream, too late to stop the fall. The year after Stalingrad was a year of denial, a long, slow descent that no one dared to name. In the offices of the German High Command, maps still hung on the walls, the red lines of the front shifting east and west like a heartbeat refusing to stop. But everyone in those rooms knew the truth, the heart was dying. The Third Reich still breathed, still gave orders, still fought, but it was fighting against gravity, against inevitability. The defeat at Stalingrad had not just broken an army, it had broken the illusion that Germany could win. It was the moment when belief turned to burden, when faith in Hitler's vision became a curse rather than a comfort. The generals tried to rebuild. They drew new defensive lines, created new divisions, issued new reports filled with cautious optimism. But their voices trembled when they spoke. The numbers no longer lied, the losses were too great, the resources too few. Every plan that began with "if we can just" ended with silence. At the center of it all stood Hitler, refusing to bend, refusing to see. He sat in his headquarters in East Prussia, surrounded by maps that no longer matched the real world. His fingers traced the borders of an empire that had ceased to exist. "We will retake the East," he said to his staff. "We will crush the Russians. We will rise again." But the men listening knew that the war was already lost. They nodded, saluted, and left the room in silence, their faith hollowed out by what they had seen. The Führer's voice no longer inspired confidence, only dread. His orders grew more erratic, his fury more desperate. When generals spoke of retreat or regrouping, he accused them of betrayal. "We do not retreat," he hissed. "We hold our ground or we die." And so, they died. The German High Command, once a machine of precision, now became a theater of obedience. Strategy gave way to delusion. Entire divisions were sacrificed for symbolic victories, cities that no longer held strategic value, ground that could not be defended. The ghosts of Stalingrad haunted every decision, every command. That city had become more than a battle, it was a scar carved into the nation's soul. To the soldiers still fighting on the Eastern Front, Stalingrad was a whisper in every trench, a shadow behind every sunrise. "Don't let it be another Stalingrad," they said before each engagement. But every battle after it seemed to end the same way: encirclement, starvation, retreat. The Soviet forces moved like a tide, unstoppable and patient, wearing down what remained of the German will. The Soviets, once on the brink of annihilation, were now advancing across the same soil that had swallowed them 2 years before. Their tanks rolled through villages that had been destroyed and rebuilt, their flags rising over towns once marked by the Reich. The red line on the map, the line of Soviet advance, moved closer to Germany with each passing month. For the German civilians, the shift was undeniable. The radio still blared speeches about victory through sacrifice, but the words had lost their power. They listened out of habit now, not belief. The once proud cities of the Reich were turning gray under the weight of Allied bombings. Berlin, Hamburg, Cologne, all burned under the nightly raids. The air raid sirens had replaced the parades. In the streets, people whispered what could no longer be denied: the war is lost. But to say it aloud was still dangerous. The Gestapo listened. Those who spoke too freely disappeared. So the truth lived quietly, in the looks exchanged on the train, in the sigh of a mother reading a letter from the front, in the way people stopped saluting when they thought no one was watching. Stalingrad had become more than a memory, it was a symbol of everything the Reich refused to admit. It was the moment Germany crossed the line between hubris and ruin. It was the mirror in which every citizen could see the cost of obedience, the price of believing in the infallibility of one man. Even Hitler felt its shadow. He would not speak the city's name. When his generals mentioned it, he would turn away, his eyes dark with something between fury and fear. For him, Stalingrad was a wound that would never close, the moment the gods of war had turned their backs on him. In Goebbels' propaganda, the story became myth. Stalingrad was portrayed as a sacrifice for the future of Europe, a glorious example of German fortitude. But the people were no longer listening. The word Stalingrad no longer inspired, it accused. By 1944, the legacy of that defeat was everywhere. German soldiers no longer marched with pride, they trudged. The officers no longer spoke of victory, only survival. The factories no longer built the tools of conquest, only the instruments of desperation. And still, the war dragged on, driven by inertia and madness. Hitler's obsession with total victory consumed the nation like a fire that refused to die even as it turned everything to ash. The legacy of Stalingrad was not only military. It was psychological, moral, and spiritual. It marked the moment when the myth of Germany's destiny was replaced by the truth of its destruction. It showed the world, and the Germans themselves, that no empire, no ideology, no leader could escape the gravity of reality. By the time the Red Army crossed into East Prussia, the echoes of Stalingrad could be heard in every explosion, every order, every prayer. The battle had ended, but its shadow had grown, stretching from the Volga all the way to Berlin. The German people were no longer fighting for a future, they were fighting to postpone an ending they could already see. The weight of inevitable defeat pressed down on everything, the soldiers, the cities, the silence. And beneath that silence, the same truth whispered through the ruins and the frost: Stalingrad had never truly ended. It lived on, not in triumph, but in the memory of hubris turned to dust. A monument not to victory, but to the moment an empire realized it was mortal. Time buried Stalingrad beneath years of dust and reconstruction, but its echo never faded. The city that once symbolized the turning of the tide, where two empires clashed and destroyed one another in the snow, became not merely a place, but a memory carved into the bones of the 20th century. Even as new buildings rose from its ruins, the ground beneath them remained sacred and scarred, whispering of the winter when humanity itself froze. For Germany, Stalingrad was more than a defeat, it was the reckoning. It shattered the illusion of destiny, exposing the arrogance and fanaticism that had driven the Reich to self-destruction. For the Soviet Union, it was a triumph bought with the lives of over 1 million of its sons and daughters, a victory so costly it bled into tragedy. For the world, it became the measure by which all human suffering in war would be judged. As the decades passed, the legacy of Stalingrad transformed from a story of armies into a story of people. The generals' names faded, the maps and strategies lost their importance. What endured were the faces, the soldiers huddled in the snow, the civilians buried in rubble, the starving men who clung to life beneath the ruins. History remembered the scale of the battle, but its true weight was carried in the silence of those who survived it. The survivors themselves became living relics, voices from a frozen time. When they spoke, their words came slowly, measured, as if afraid to awaken ghosts. They told of the frost that burned their skin, of the smell of smoke and flesh, of the moment they realized that no one was coming to save them. They spoke not of glory, but of hunger, guilt, and the quiet horror of survival. One German veteran, interviewed decades later, said, "We thought we were fighting for our nation. Then we thought we were fighting for survival. In the end, we were just fighting to remember who we were." For the Soviets, the memory was equally complicated. Stalingrad had saved their motherland, but at a price almost too great to bear. Entire families vanished, whole neighborhoods were erased from existence. Yet the victory became sacred, mythic. The Soviet state enshrined it in monuments, films, and parades, the ultimate proof that sacrifice could achieve salvation. But beneath the triumphal rhetoric, the survivors carried quieter memories, of children freezing in basements, of mothers searching for food among the corpses, of soldiers who never came home. The historians who came after tried to make sense of it all, to measure, to quantify, to explain. They counted casualties, mapped movements, tallied tons of ammunition. But no number, no diagram, no report could contain the truth of Stalingrad. It was too vast, too human, too cruel. The facts could be written down, but the meaning could only be felt, in the hollow spaces between the words. Even today, when the winds sweep over the Volga, they seem to carry echoes of that winter. Beneath the streets of modern Volgograd, bones still lie buried in the soil, soldiers of both armies, their identities long forgotten. Occasionally, construction workers still uncover them, rusted helmets, shattered rifles, letters fused together by ice and time. Each discovery is a reminder that history does not forget, even when people do. Stalingrad's legacy is a paradox, both a triumph and a warning. It reminds the world of what courage and endurance can achieve, but also of how ideology and pride can turn men into monsters and nations into graves. It stands as a monument not to victory, but to the cost of believing that victory is everything. In the end, Stalingrad became a mirror, one that reflects not just the faces of soldiers, but the flaws of humanity itself. It shows how easily faith can become fanaticism, how obedience can become blindness, and how civilization can collapse not from weakness, but from its own ambition. Decades after the battle, as veterans passed away and monuments grew cold, the name Stalingrad remained a word heavy with meaning, the scar of the 20th century. It was whispered in history books, etched in memorial stones, and taught to generations who had never seen war but still felt its shadow. For some, it symbolized hope, that tyranny could be defeated. For others, it was a warning that humanity never truly learns. The snow has long since melted, the river runs quietly again, and the city lives. But beneath its streets, beneath the factories and parks, the ghosts remain. The frost remembers. The earth remembers. And when winter comes, when the wind howls across the Volga and the world grows still, you can almost hear them, the faint, distant voices of men long gone, whispering through the cold. This is what war costs. Remember us. Stalingrad endures, not as a place of glory, but as a frozen memory. A warning carved in ice and blood. A mirror held up to every age that believes itself invincible.